Hello, how's it going? Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. I cleared some disk space off and yeah, I hope everything's gonna be good and hopefully I can record the time lapse today because last Thursday I could not do that. So that was annoying. But anyway, here I am and we're gonna give it another shot of properly painting. Also, hopefully no crashing. So I have to like go and grab a screenshot, which is why this is so blurry. Which is, I don't know, it's okay. I don't mind the blurriness, but gosh, I feel like it slowed me down a lot. So hopefully we don't have that issue. Anyway, alrighty, doing the painting. I'm just gonna jump right in. Oh yeah, so I started playing the Magic the Gathering Arena, and oh my gosh, I missed that game because of all the art. I know I can see all the art like just by googling it and like I can look up the art for the sets, but it doesn't do it. It's not the same. Something about having the card do a thing, like you also viewing the card under its like I don't know, like something about playing the game and seeing the art in the context of the game. I don't know. It's great. I and yeah, there was some art. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. So yeah, I'm I'm glad I went back a little bit to play. I don't think I'm gonna try to get too addicted or anything, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I am glad that I played a little bit of it. I still don't have a good deck though. I'm hobbled, cobbled together a deck as cheaply as I could that I thought might be okay, or half decent, and it's terrible. I mean, it's not bad, but it's pretty terrible. So, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. Anyway, that's about everything that's new with me. Went to work today, came home, took a nap. Also, I don't know if you're still here, Rona. I I guess I just kind of assumed you probably wouldn't be around, so I decided, I'm just gonna take a nap. I'm kind of tired. I slept a long time, so well rested. That's I actually feel pretty good. It was a good nap, I think. Then I woke up, ate, and here I am. So yeah, my day's been pretty good so far. All right, I'm going to. Um, there was a really cool Magic the Gathering art that I saw that was like a bridge of sorts, and I kind of want to paint some bridges. I mean, not like right now. I mean, it doesn't have to be this thumbnail, but I thought that would be cool. I feel like that's something I don't paint a lot of. I mean, I do like arches and stuff, but I don't always paint. I oftentimes am just stuck to architecture, and I don't really think of or like buildings. So I thought it'd be cool to paint some bridges and like design weird bridges. Just anything going from one place to another that over goes over some land, however that might be. Good afternoon. Hey, new creation. How are you? Hello, hello. Happy time zone. I was gonna say good afternoon. I mean, it's still morning for me, so good time zone. Hey, how are you, new creation? How's your Saturday? Happy Saturday. Very well. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I am doing well so far. I think today is gonna be a good day. I'm feeling it. Feel it in my bones. It's gonna be a good painting day. I think I want to do some. Maybe not. Ooh, maybe not a bridge. Maybe a portal or something. I don't know, maybe we get some different colors in here. Maybe we get some colors in the sky. Maybe some green. Okay, let's do some different stuff. Let's see. Good evening, happy time zone. Hey, Sayu. Happy time zone to you too. Learning about and studying shape language today. Ooh, nice. Shape language. I feel like shape language is one of those things where I feel like it's hard for me to think too much about it if I don't know what I'm drawing. Like, I guess I do stick, like, eventually I find shape language that I stick to, that, like, oh, this is sort of the types of themes and things and shapes that are going to be present in this, in this painting. But it relates so much to the design, and oftentimes I don't know where my design is going, and that's not a part that I get to even in my painting hardly. And so it feels more like I haven't really considered it. If like all the examples that I think about always relate to things like well, stuff that's obviously designed, right? Like it might be architectural styles that fit with other things, and like some things are just gonna clash in style or in shape language because they just aren't gonna fit together and they're not gonna look right next to each other. And so you'd sort of make every yeah, I feel like that's also something I could, if you find a good video, you should totally drop it in the Sunday. There's a Discord channel. If you would, I mean, you don't have to, obviously. I don't want to like give you, make you go out of your way. But if you find a good video on shape language, you should totally link it in the Sunday art channel, or the not Sunday art channel. What is it? It's the it's called Sunday art videos and stuff. That channel, Sunday art time channel. You should totally drop it in there. Because in Sunday art time, we typically will watch some videos about various art topics, and I feel like shape language would be a good one. Also, what's a good contrasting with blue? Not orange, but like I'm thinking like a warm yellow green and then a cool blue. Let's do like a warm yellow green at the top. I'm on it. No, thanks. I appreciate it. Hey, Real Big Mountain afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? Alright, so I'm gonna put a lot of greenery up here or something. Maybe this. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do like bridges and. Okay, today's theme. I'm gonna try to stay on theme today. I've just thought of it. Bridges, and portals. It's very bad handwriting, but you get what I'm saying. Bridges and portals. That is the theme for today. We'll see if I stick to it. But I'm gonna have a themed day. Dirk Gent, how are you? Glad I was able to catch a session. Glad you're here. I'm doing really well. I worked today. I don't know, it was a really easy day at work. I came home, took a nap, ate some food, played some Magic the Gathering a little bit. Was sort of, I don't know, re-inspired by that game. I always every few months I always look through all the new cards, and well, not all of them, but a lot of the new cards, and I always look at all the art because it's always been a thing that sort of inspired me. I haven't really been keeping up with it super good lately, but I finally actually logged back into the actual, well, into Magic the Gathering Arena. I logged back in, and dang, just seeing all the art in context with the cards, and I don't know, just it's cool when you're just almost immersed into this game with so many cards, and they all have art, and you can just it's cool. Plus, combine that with like the deck building theme, which it's funny. I kind of shift between modes when I'm playing that game. I'm not always in let's look at the art mode. In fact, normally I'm not. Normally I'm very much in the let's figure out mechanics, and I read a card and my brain jumps to another potential card, or how would I make this card work? What would I need? And then I start thinking of mechanics and potential other cards, and then of course I have a search engine, so I start searching things, and then I start, going in a deck building mode. But there is an element of, oh my gosh, the art's so cool. So it kind of flips back and forth. Joe, my small playlist has been added to Sunday art time. Oh, nice. I will take a look. There's a good chance we've seen a lot of the stuff in there, or at least I have. But I don't have any problem going back and seeing videos if they don't ring a bell. I always like to remind myself that even when watching videos, it's absurd to think that I'm gonna get it all the first time. Like thinking back to school, I never like read a paper once and it's like I got it, and never had to read the thing again. Like no, you have to actually study and you have to rewatch things or reread things or it's not just read it through once and then you're going to ace the test. So I do think it's good to revisit stuff um, frequently, which I guess in some degree, because we're staying on the same topic, it's all revisiting. Like it's all sort of. So I guess to maybe to counteract my own argument for that. I guess if I watch 3 different videos on shape language, I don't really need to watch the same one multiple times because they're all on the same topic. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. Hey, Snow Toucan, how are you? How are you? Hope you're doing well today. And yes, thank you for dropping. Here, let me take a look. Thank you very much for dropping your playlist in there. Ooh, you got a bunch of good stuff. Okay, so definitely we've seen the Marco Bucci one. Probably haven't seen the Art Wad one. Seen the Cynics one, all the Cynics ones probably. Um, okay, yeah, because I know with I feel like I've seen a lot of sort of big, medium, small, good shapes type thing. But I haven't seen a lot of videos specifically on shape language. More specifically, what, like how to come up with sort of a unifying, I guess you could call it style. But like, how say Disney castles are going to look different than say Game of Thrones castles. There's a certain language to it where you could, if you were to have a lineup of silhouettes, you could be like, this one fits Disney, this one does not, this one fits this other franchise, and there's an element of, it's not just, both of them could have good design language, and both of them could have good design and big, medium, small. They could both have the same sort of principles, but they would be very different and they'd be consistent amongst themselves. And that's, to me, I haven't seen good videos on that. And maybe I'm sure there are some, but I don't even know if that's a topic that if that's even the right way to think about it. I know I've heard a few people talk about it like that, but for the most part, it's not a thing. Studying a lot, pain, so boring. I mean, I think it depends on how you're studying. I mean, or what you consider studying. I don't know. I don't really consider. I guess it depends. I mean, if you're interested in something, studying can just become doing it to some degree. Obviously, you could ramp up the study, right? Like, to me, I think there's always going to be a. Let me draw a graph. I know people like graphs. Spoilers, people don't like graphs. But I think if there's like if you have a base level of something, let's say this is your tolerance level, right? I'm gonna write tolerance. I don't know how to spell tolerance. Tolerance? Is that how you spell tolerance? If this is your tolerance levels of something, and then this is like, let's see. So let's say your base tolerance is here, right? Let's say for something. Let's say let's say you really, really like something, right? So you're in the yellow right there. Right? If that's you really liking something, and then compared to somebody else who doesn't like something, and then they're down here, right? I feel like if you're just doing the thing, right? It's almost like you're studying compared to this person, right? So the yellow person is kind of in perpetual study mode compared to person in blue, right? Because person in blue can't put up with the thing enough, like, even being around it might be annoying, right? Because they just don't like the topic. But yellow could like play a video game. They could, learn about the things just by doing it. But that doesn't mean that yellow couldn't also kick it into study mode, right? And really go hard up here. Now, they might hate it, right? They might not like this either because this is above their. And I'm just kind of making this analogy, but this is how I think about learning a little bit. So like they could kick it up into overdrive and start practicing, right? This is like, doing elbow studies for anatomy and you're doing all the stuff that nobody likes to do, But it's like you might love drawing characters, so you're up here in drawing land and you're going to be absorbing a lot of knowledge just by doing it, but you can still kick it into overdrive and start learning. And I think this is the sweet spot, right? Like you don't want to go too high and just hate it and be bored out of your mind and not learn. And so you want to do something, you want to slowly raise that bar, right? And I think for somebody who just doesn't like something at all, like, let's say you hate, I don't know, soccer or something, right? Okay, you don't like the game of soccer. Or maybe you, and so you would never, or let's just use art as an example, since we're on the topic. Like, you wouldn't expect someone to jump in to do elbow studies if they hate drawing. Like, no, you'd hope that they would, draw, silly comics, do things that are funny, that they can amuse themselves, Maybe you would, maybe they're just gonna, copy a cool image that they have out of a notebook that they really like. Maybe they see a comic book and they really like one of the characters. They want to draw their favorite character. Maybe they even trace it, Who cares what they do? The point isn't to study when you're at this level, right? Because you don't even like the thing. The thing is just to enjoy it. And until you can enjoy it, then there's no point in pushing yourself to like learn more. But anyway, I don't remember what I was saying. So yeah, I guess like for some people when I say study, right? I might be like up, let's say maybe I'm up here where it's like I can consider at some point, like I can take a different perspective and be like, you know what? This yellow line right here, that is studying to some degree, especially compared to this person in blue. So like I'm just gonna go paint things. I'm gonna, maybe put it right tiny bit above it, where you just kind of, like for example, you can paint something different that you like. So maybe if you're really into environments, you paint a different type of environment. Like today, for example, I'm doing bridges and portals. That's what I've decided. This could be considered a study. I could be exploring different ideas. I could be maybe finding different types of research, references for cool portals, maybe some from video games, some from, movies, whatever. Maybe I invent my own a little bit. Just kind of sitting in that space, in that new thing that I haven't done a lot of, can help me learn. And it's not going too high above this line, right? Like, it's not like I'm up here. It's like, no, I'm basically doing what I like, but I'm just ever so slightly higher than this other yellow line, which is like my baseline. So I think in that sense, studying can just be extremely simple. You don't have to go crazy. And what's studying for me or for you may not be studying for me, right? Obviously, depending on the knowledge you have and what you're working on. I don't know. I feel like everybody gets different stuff out of how they do the thing, right? This is why I know I need to be better at this, but sometimes I see people say, I'm going to do it. And even artists who I absolutely admire, like I love their work and I think they're amazing. And they'll be like, look, I did a study. And then I look and it's like, to me just looks like a photo, like they just did a master copy, right? And to me, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a study. It could be, but it could also just be copying the photo, or copying the painting. And it doesn't, like, to me, study implies there's a specific thing that you're getting out of your comfort zone and sort of learning and venturing into this new territory, right? You're learning something new that's a little bit above where you're currently at, or you're trying to take in something. And I feel like it really depends on the person and how they're viewing that study or quote unquote study as to whether it's actually studying, right? Otherwise, because I think some people think of it as like like studying is the end goal of just doing the thing, and I don't think that's the case. Studying is like what's actually happening in your head and what on the paper and your intents. Anyway, so it's really weird. I think studying could just be as simple as looking at something you're unfamiliar with. I agree. I 100% agree with that. And in fact, that's oftentimes, I think that's more in line with sort of how I would do it. Now, I don't think I would call it studying, not to other people, just because I don't think other people have the same ideas that I do when I call something studying. So I don't think I would call that studying. But I agree that the concept of doing that could be more valuable, right, than just doing a photocopy or a master copy. Like I think depending on how you approach it, you can get a lot of the same stuff, right? You could ask yourself the questions like, how would I paint this? What's the composition doing? Uh, how is this object constructed, right? What are the different forms and how do they fit together? You could, dissect shape language. You could dissect different themes, and it depends on what you're looking at, right? And yeah, in that sense I totally agree with you. It can just be looking at stuff that you enjoy. And in some sense, I actually I like that kind of studying because it's kind of just appreciation almost at some point, right? You're sort of identifying these fundamentals, right? You're almost like, oh, well, how do they set up their perspective? And you're like, oh, that's so cool. And just by asking that question, you're learning a little bit, right? So sometimes it almost is like an appreciation, but you're kind of getting something out of it. Anyway, so Toucan says, well, I'm doing more revision because exams until the end of June. I like the subjects I'm studying a lot, but I'm just bored doing this stuff I already know again and again. I wish I could just learn new stuff. That's fair. I think when it comes to school, because you're studying for a purpose, like the purpose is to pass a test, I do think that is really unenjoyable, right? Because if the goal was simply to get smarter, it wouldn't matter what you study within that subject, right? And that's kind of, gosh, I know there's not a good way of, this is going to be my school rant. I know there's not a good way to test or to grade students or like evaluate them and make sure they're actually learning stuff. But I do feel like if a student is interested in, let's say, you know, ancient Rome or something, right? And that's what you're teaching, and that's part of the curriculum, and they're just obsessed with it. Like making them required to learn the specific things that you want them to learn feels like in some ways it's counterproductive. Like why not just set them loose and have them find cool stuff and let them explore and sit in that area for a while where they can just soak up the stuff automatically because they're interested in it, rather than saying here are the 14 key elements of that period of time that you must learn, and you must learn them the way I want you to. Like that to me, that always has sucked the fun out of it, and it basically made it hard to learn even a subject that I was interested in, because the goal wasn't to learn, the goal was to learn this specific stuff so that I can pass a test. I hate that sort of, like, it's funny, I like a goal. I'm a very goal focused person. Like I like to know where I'm headed. Gosh, it just sucks the joy out of a thing when the goal is to pass a test or to learn some knowledge. Like it has to be in service of a thing that I actually like. Anyway, it's yeah. Anwar, how are you? It's been a while. It has been a while. It has been a while. I think a good part of my learning drives are when I finish something and you're proud of it. Then I see somewhere with a way better anatomy, shape, color, whatever, and I'm like, dang, I could have done that on mine. Yeah, exactly, right? So, but you're viewing it, and this is the thing that I think is hard to communicate, at least for me, is that when you're viewing it under the lens of somebody who's already familiar with anatomy and shape design and color theory, right? So it's like once you have those fundamentals, right, you can start to then view other art through that lens of, say, an artist and knowing their fundamentals, and you can actually learn from just looking at it, right? But if you have no idea what you're looking at, you're just, oh, that's a nice piece of art. It's very hard to break it down into usable info other than just, I like it, you know? So yeah, no, I think that's yeah. And this is why I think it's so, because I do think at a certain point, I mean, it's kind of like the same reason why, like, and I always am amazed by this, but, you know, talking about it, it's extremely obvious why it happens. But like a chess grandmaster can look at a bunch of notation and they're like, oh yeah, I can see, and they can like analyze a game without looking at the board, just by looking at the notation. And you're like, how the heck are you analyzing a game? And like, they can actively study without a board because they have the building blocks to do that. Like they have the fundamentals to actually learn without that. Just like we can, you know, we could study without actually painting, right? To some degree. I'm not claiming to be a chess grandmaster, but or not even the equivalent. But anyway, that's the point that I'm making is it really is the learning the fundamentals, and then you can view things through that lens. At least that's how I think about it. I did a master study today. Learned a few stuff too. Oh, that's good. That's cool. Yeah, I need to do more master studies. I haven't in a while. It's been a while since I found artists, and I mean I have a handful of artists in mind, I guess, that I really like their stuff. Um, but I feel like I don't know. I need to do more like just exploration of old masters, and I'll be honest, I don't really appreciate a lot of the old masters the same way other people do. I mean, I obviously appreciate them, but not well. So this is what so when it comes to masters, it depends on what you're studying, right? And this is why I haven't done them in a while because I haven't really found a thing. But it could be let's use Sargent, right? Sargent is a classic example of somebody who's really good at brushwork, right? He uses a few brush strokes to imply a lot of detail, right? So his brushstrokes are extremely efficient. This is typically what people think of him, or one of the things people think when they think of Sargent, right? Efficiency of brushstrokes, use of like shapes and dividing, simplifying things and just making it very clean and, having good brush economy essentially. If I were to do a Sargent study, that's what I would focus on, right? I wouldn't focus on composition, and I mean maybe you would, but like I wouldn't focus on making everything look the same that he made it or picking the same colors. Like that wouldn't be my focus. My focus would be try to understand how he does, efficient brushstrokes and the way he did, right? So maybe I would start by simplifying shapes the way he does and try to, paint them in with big brushstrokes. So I'm really just focused on the big shapes. And then maybe I don't know, I'd go from there, right? It'd be trying to understand sort of what makes, how can you make a painting, like how can you make a painting look really good with as few brushstrokes as possible, right? Maybe that would be one of my goals, is to understand the sort of brushwork of Sargent. And so if I got something out of that, that's what I would be trying to get something out, right? So it would be doing a painting. It wouldn't have to be an exact copy. Sometimes it could be though. It just depends. And to me, I think it helps to be specific, because if I'm not specific, then I'm just going to start copying the painting and I'm not going to get anything out of it, right? Because there's not going to be an understanding. It's going to just be like not tracing, but a copy. And that to me is not ideal. But yeah, so I think a master study is kind of, you take somebody who is very good at a specific thing, and you just try to understand a little bit more about how they do it, right? And this is where different artists tackle different subjects very differently, right? Not all artists have brushwork like Sargent, but their art can be amazing nonetheless, right? So you could do a whole bunch of composition studies by different, really good artists, and each and every one of them you could learn something different from them. All focus on composition, because every one of them could do composition totally differently, right? So the idea is to understand how this specific person did it, or some insight. And again, it's not like there's a specific rule. It's sort of you're going through the motions so that it sort of becomes a little bit more ingrained. Also, I don't like that painting. Let's continue on. Yeah, good. Yeah, man, good point. I just ended up trying to copy the color and shapes. I don't know what to focus on, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I think for some people though, I think that is okay. Maybe if you're, present enough in what you're doing, you can still sort of connect the dots. I mean, there is an element of doing things in different ways, right? This is the classic like connecting the dots example, right? You have a lot of different samples and you're like, wait. As you start painting this one, you're like, this dot is kind of similar to this one. I remember doing this, and I also remember doing this, and look, I draw a connection of knowledge, right? You're like, that it's like, oh, look, the I'm studying composition over here, and then over here you're studying color, and you're like, hold up, like look how color is influencing composition, and you have this big aha moment, right? Sometimes it happens like that, right? Sometimes you don't know when you're going to connect those little, bits of knowledge and form a connection in your brain. Like you don't know when that's going to happen. So sometimes just going through the motions is okay. But I would be hard pressed to call that studying. Like that's just doing, I guess. I don't know. Like I don't think it matters what you call it. If you're getting something out of it, that's good. If you're not, I guess the only ask is to not pretend that you are getting something out of it because you're going through the motions, right? And in the end, it all comes down to studying in what ways you enjoy. Yeah, I agree. That's what helps the most with retaining information. I agree, Porcupine. I totally agree with that. I do think some, especially beginner artists, do look at sort of the specifics of how, say, more veteran artists study and are like, I'm going to do that. And then they do that and then they don't get anything out of it because they're not actually doing the same thing. It just looks the same. Like what's happening in the brain and in the thought process is so very different that it's not even the same task, right? One person is analyzing and dissecting maybe composition and colors, and the other person is just trying to make the painting look the same. And so they're just tracing and like lining things up, doing like the grid method or something. And like that's just a different way of painting. And that's it's not necessarily bad, but I think if you're if you're sort of disillusioned and you think that one is the same as the other, then that's when I think when it can start getting problematic, where you're like, why am I not progressing? Right? I'm doing all the right stuff, right? So it's like I'm going through the motions. Why am I not improving? It's like, but you're not going through the mental motions, right? You're not doing it. You aren't doing the thing that's working for you at the time. So there is an element of creativity, I think, in good learning. Duo just reminded me to practice Japanese now. Yeah, nice. Good old Duo. Okay, so I'm gonna try something with this. And that Duolingo comparison is really fitting. Duolingo. Wait, who made the Duo? Me? Did I make the Duolingo? I didn't make it. Who made a Duolingo? Oh, master sites are like Duolingo for me. You're getting the practice without the theory and linking it up yourself. True. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is a good analogy. That is a good analogy. But I will say the difference. I think where that. I mean, I actually think that is a really good thing. I think one of the differences though in that analogy that I think it's important to kind of know is that even with Duolingo, any given exercise, you kind of know the point of it, right? Some exercises are still focused on interpret like understanding. Some are some are more focused on vocabulary. Some are more focused on speaking. Some are more focused on listening, right? So there's different elements to it, and you could argue that those are like the fundamentals, right? So even when a master study, I still think you need to know which fundamental you're in, or at the very least do a lot of different studies that sort of cover the fundamentals, even if you're not specifically focused on it. So I still think it's good to to have some sort of narrowed focus, right? You're not just being dumped into reading language and like figure it out yourself. Like Duolingo still simplifies it by giving you, focused lessons. They do dump you in enough to where you have to make the dots, connect the dots on your own, but it's not so bad as so I do think there's some nuance there. Anyway, but no, it is a good comparison. Also, okay, I gotta get 40 minutes and I haven't painted anything. Okay, let me think. Let me think what I want to do. Let's do a perspective line. We're going to be looking down a little bit. Maybe we have some water or something down here, some blues. It's going to be some sort of bridge. Maybe there's some grassy areas down here. I'm going to make them not very grassy. And I want to make this bridge. I think what I want to do with this is make it. See if I can do this right. I'm kind of stopping myself mid-thought here. And I guess I'm just going to draw some lines in here. It doesn't have to be perfect. But I want to make it feel like it has weight and form. Again, the point of this image is going to be the bridge, so I do want to... I'm just going to put some river in here. Some bridgey area. Maybe some thing back here. Okay, so this is not a very interesting bridge, but I want to design it in an interesting way. So maybe we'll go like some shapes. Maybe there's... I want to see the underside of it too. I feel like we need to see the underside if we're going to do this. We can't just be painting our boring two-dimensional silhouetted shapes. We gotta have some... Yeah, we gotta have our... Actually, let's do this in dark shapes. Oops. And then we'll invert this and actually make this brighter. Like we're adding light in here. I think last stream I did the painting where we took pure black and then just did a pure white and black, like two-tone painting with no ambient light, no fill light at all. And then this is kind of like me adding in a fill light where I'm taking this dark shape down here is going to be underneath the bridge, and I lightened up all the other stuff just so that there's a fill light so that now we can see. By the way, Joe, I posted today's art in art/art. Could you please do some critique, especially for the clouds? Oh, in Discord, or when you say /art, are you talking about Talha? Oh, this is so gorgeous. What the heck? Oh, Jamie Jones study. Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, the original is so good. Okay, you posted today's painting and art. Could you do some critiques, especially for the clouds? Yeah, so I think the only thing is I would say that the careful with the values. So yeah, I guess here I'll do a quick critique. I'm just gonna bring all of Discord over, so you're gonna see all of it. I think the only thing I would pay attention to here, let me show you my screen. So if we go to yours, the first thing I notice is that you have some really dark clouds. And can you see my screen when I make it black and white? Can you see that? If you pay attention to how dark the darkest, if I pick the darkest part of the cloud in this image, right? The darkest part of the cloud is much, much lighter than the darkest part of the ship, right? So like, or the light, like, if you look at these dark shapes in the ship flying, in the airship, right? You have the whole of the ship here. Let me bring this in to, so you can see my cursor. Right? So if, like, I'm just going to take a white. So like this shape right here that I'm outlining, right? All this stuff, all this dark shape in the whole of the ship, right? This is so much darker, like, because this is the darkest part of the clouds, right? The underside of this cloud, the underside of this cloud. Like, this is so much, I mean, it's not so much, but it's quite a bit lighter, right, than this part. And nothing in the sky is darker than that, right? And so you kind of have this, like, the ship stands out even if I take that whole dark color and just paint a solid background. Like, it kind of just, the ship gets silhouetted, I guess. So that's probably the biggest thing, is just making the sky, that the value range in the sky goes from here to here, right? So it's going from a, let's call it 50%, 50% to a, what is that, 70, 60%, right? It's like it's a tiny, tiny value range, right? If you look from like here to here, let's call it 75. We'll up the range a little bit. And then, from here, right now in the ship, he's going from, let's call that 10%. Oh, I can't even write that. It's so bright, right? 10%. Here we go. And then, whoops, it's this, right? And then he goes from dark, which is like 80%, right? So the value range on the ship is a huge range, right? So this is much more narrow, all in shadow, right? This is much more wide. And then I think if we go to yours, right? Don't mind me to bringing up your painting on here. I feel like you get really, really dark in the sky comparatively. Um, right? I think like this stuff is quite dark. I mean, and not comparing it to Jamie's values, right? But just within the own image. Like, I think if you were to take some of these lighter colors, right, and just paint over like that, and reserve all of this dark shape for the boat, for the flying ship. I think that would probably help. That way you're separating your values a little better. Because otherwise, I think it's spot on. Right? So not even without even knowing what color I'm picking, it's just a matter of picking brighter colors in the background. Or just making the value range closer. Like, you can still have light and shadow, right? But the idea is that it's nothing compared to, and also, like, if you start looking at the shape breakdown, like, this shape is all bright, right? And it's not, like, there's an element of just make, I mean, again, there's still variation in value, right? There's still light and dark within this shape, but that variation is crunched into a what do you call it? It's just kind of crunched into these shapes, right? And obviously then there's Jamie has really good brushwork, but yeah, that's not, other than that, I mean, I feel like that's probably the thing, is thinking about shapes and grouping them. Obviously, when I do this now, it's going to look ridiculous because I just picked the colors that were on here. Also, now that, ooh, also another thing, obviously, it's more apparent when I just pick your colors. Saturation, right? Jamie Jones's saturation is much less in here, right? This is almost like has like a gray blue haze kind of over this whole thing in the back, right? And then and then these colors are a little bit more saturated on the wings, right? So the saturation punches are on the ship itself, right? Because it's more focal point. It's also closer to us. Typically have a wider range of saturation as well. So yeah, I think that's probably what I would focus on a little. I mean, there's honestly this whole image is very desaturated just because of it's everything's far back and you're looking now it looks better. Well, I don't know if I made it look better because I was not caring at all about the anything in it, right? I wasn't caring about the colors or any of that. Um, I was just blanket covering it, just lightening stuff and darkening stuff. I mean, complete disregard for color right there. And I think that's probably what I would focus on if I were to do that. This color study, or sorry, not this color study, but this painting is really focusing on values and separating shapes. Because even though, like at first glance, this painting is very, very red, I do think there's quite a bit of difference between sort of the foreground shapes and the background shapes. Even though there's light and dark in the ship, there's light and dark in the clouds, and there's light and dark in the foreground. It's not the same light and dark, right? The foreground is much more saturated and darker, and so the light colors in the foreground are even darker than the dark versions in the back, right? So like the foreground is just extremely dark. And then but it still has light and dark. It's just much tighter value range. And it's much more saturated. Then you get to the midground, which is slightly less saturated, but it also has a much wider value range than say the background, which is even less saturated and less of a value range, right? So this is like atmospheric perspective in a nutshell. I mean, I think his painting is much more honed in than he's definitely keeps his value ranges pretty tight. But yeah, I do need to do more master studies or just studies in general that are like actually painting. I just need to put more time in painting, to be honest. I've been sort of neglecting it. Not neglecting painting. I can't say that when I stream 3 days a week, but you know what I mean. Well, maybe you don't. Sometimes I feel like I'm only painting on stream though. Okay, what do I want to do with this? I do want to make a fun bridge. Art college level stuff here, guys. You're truly amazing, Joe. No. Or you're amazing, Joe. I don't know. I read truly amazing. I'm adding words into your sentence to make myself sound better. Just kidding. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Is it college level stuff though? I feel like grouping of shapes and values should not be a college level thing. But then again, I also don't really feel like art is that complicated. It's just there's a lot of no. Actually, how do I? Let me rephrase. It's not that difficult. It's just there's a lot of moving parts, and so you have as long as you can break down any one of the parts, like values or groupings of values into big shapes, right? Suddenly it becomes very simple and easy. But it's actually doing that when you are painting is really hard because there's like 20 other things you have to think about, right? Suddenly it becomes a juggling act. So it's not any one thing is really simple, I feel like it's not complicated. It's just good luck doing all of it at once. That's the hard part in my mind. Art is no, I didn't say art is easy. Also, simple is not the same as easy, right? I mean it's the concept is simple, right? The concept of atmospheric perspective is very simple, right? Things take on the color of the atmosphere the further they move away from you, right? The more atmosphere you look through something, the more the atmosphere affects it. It makes sense, right? If you look through a really thin piece of plastic, you might be able to see something on the other side. If you look through a really thick piece of plastic, all you can see is plastic, right? Or if you look through a a foggy window or something, right? You can kind of see through on the other side, but if you look through 3 foggy windows, you're not going to be able to see all the way through. Or if you can, you're just going to be able to see a faint bit of light. And that's basically how atmospheric perspective works. You're looking through something, right? Normally the atmosphere, but it could be a thick atmosphere like fog, or it could be a thin atmosphere like a clear day with little moisture particles. But either way, you're looking through stuff, atmosphere, and the more of that you're looking through, the more layers, right, the thicker it gets. And even in something like a clear day, it exists, even though you can't see it. Like, I think that's a very simple concept. I don't think anyone is like, I don't understand. Like, I think you probably do understand. But actually applying it can be hard because that's not what you're focused on. Uh, Gas Mask, thank you for the follow. Okay. I want to make these shapes kind of interesting. I am practicing right now, right? I'm gonna consider this practice because I'm trying some things out, and I don't know how well it's gonna work. Let's really go underneath this bridge. I just want to make some interesting colors, interesting shapes. Maybe there's some stuff sticking up on the sides. Maybe some stuff in the middle. Maybe there's like these circle shapes in here that are just... Maybe we'll do circular things. I'm not trying to do any design really, just something that is making this stand out as a bridge a little bit. I want these little shapes right here to stick up underneath the side so that we can see that it's above us. And we could even catch them with light if we wanted. I don't think this is the time in the painting to do it, but I'm just adding them in so that we can see it. Let's see, what else? I guess we can see them in the back a little bit. Some perspective lines, kinda. I don't know, I'm just trying to sketch it in super loose. Okay, now maybe we have a little thing down here. Okay, so anyway, there's a bridge. But yeah, I do want to do bridges today. That's going to be the theme, I think. Also, maybe we get sunlight back here. I feel like sunlight under the bridge is pretty classic, good composition. Gas Mask, how are you today? Or hope you're doing well. I guess you don't have to answer. I don't like to call people out when they just follow. But yeah, anyway, hope you're doing well today. Thank you for coming in. And yeah, happy Saturday. Also, I have my tea here. I'm going to try and remember to drink it before stream ends because I always end stream with a very cold cup of tea, which is annoying. Then I'm like, you know what? I want a hot cup of tea after stream, and then I realize how thirsty I am, and so sometimes I will just dump it out, which I realize is a total waste, which is why I want to remember to drink it right now. All right. Good tea. Good old Earl Grey. Ooh, I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea. This is gonna be shimmering. Let me do glow dodge? Maybe glow dodge. So I like this blue color in the foreground. I thought it was really nice. Okay, and then I do want the sky to be kind of bright, so I'm just going to add a slightly... maybe I don't want it to be too bright. Not as bright as the blue, maybe. I mean, I could make the sky just brighter on the whole. Which would put in some some nice glow to the bridge. Good composition. I guess not necessarily good composition, but good contrast. Okay, and then we're gonna put little shapes going up to the top. That could be like a path or something. And I'm just gonna again paint this in with just a random brush. Just some interesting shapes in here. Okay, so this bridge is very something. Okay, anyway, next shape. Next bridge. I guess I could also put a line up here. Anyway, yeah, we don't need to make this super perfect because it is just a quick sketch. Okay, next one. Let's do an old bridge. Maybe where we're looking above it. Classic in the forest scene. And so we have 2-point perspective. Yeah, and a 1-point perspective-y thing. This is the underside of the bridge. This is the wall on the top of the bridge. Maybe we're widening this so that we can get more of this ground plane. I'm trying to just lock in some light and darks here. This will be dark. This will be light. I do feel like if we do that, though, we should have the tops of this stuff. Now, this is going to be a hard perspective to push, I think. Maybe we skew this even more. Nah, let's do more. Okay, let's change that. I'm gonna skew it back. Undoing what I just did a little bit. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, this needs to be on its own layer, though. Cut, paste. There, now I can at least move it. Alright, so, again, we're gonna have a... Ooh, that's a better angle. Okay, so I'm gonna have kind of dark starting out, I guess. This will be... Let's see, where do I want light on here? I mean, I guess we could have some light. I'm trying to think how I want to set the scene up. Do I want light on here? Where do I want my light? I don't know yet. And I want something fantasy-like about this. So maybe we'll do some... let's start just painting with colors. Green. I mean, we could have, like, the light coming from above the bridge or something. Okay, so I'm going to just kind of sketch in some 2-point perspective type stuff. Oh, that wasn't very 2-point perspective-y. Thank you for the following. Crush Lima. How are you, Crush Lima? Or is it Crush Lima? I don't know how to say your name. Hope you're doing well. Lima or Lima? Maybe there's some stuff up here. And then maybe this stuff down here, we're going to go very blue or darker. I don't know. Maybe this is not quite what I want to do. I'm just kind of moving around color right now. Once I figure out what I want to do for this, then it'll become a lot easier. But yeah, right now I'm just playing around with color. I do want to, yeah, but I want to stick on the theme of bridges today. Bridges and tunnel, or bridges and passages or portals. Maybe portals with, or bridges with portals under them. I don't know, stuff like that. Hey, Den's Design, how are you? What do I want to do here? Maybe we'll put like a bit of a path over here, like a shore or something. We're gonna change the scale of this a little. And then maybe we put the lighting coming through. I do want some lighting in here. But I feel like if I do that, I want there to be some interesting shapes. So like I'm trying to draw the silhouette of the bridge now. I want there to be like an interesting focal point of the top of the bridge. And then of course also one on the other side. Because that's gonna be kind of what we see. But it's gonna need to look like it works. So I think what we're gonna have to do there is backlight a lot of this stuff. This is gonna be the bridge getting backlit with a glow dodge from this yellow. Or let's do like an orange, I guess, or something. Just anything that'll put light behind it, basically. And then I can start thinking about... There we go. That'll work. Now it's nice and magical looking. So now when I start pulling these shapes up over it, it actually looks like they're in front. And it's just my brain has an easier time understanding what's happening. Also, this can go down a little bit. Yeah, maybe this is like old wooden somethings. And then, of course, this is going to go down here. It's going to be in shadow. This is also going to be... Why is my wrist hurting? Uh-oh. Lots of follows today. Channel's getting popular. Is there a lot of follows? Did I miss some? I don't feel like we've had a lot. I mean, we had a hand. We've had what, 3? We've had Iria, which I forgot to say thank you. We've had Gas Mask and Crush Lima. So yeah, we've had a few. I mean, my channel, I feel like, has... There's been times where Twitch will randomly recommend it to people. I mean, I feel like I've been streaming for quite a while. So yeah, we've had our ups and downs, or not really downs, but just, stagnations, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's yeah, I'm super thankful for everybody who follows and stops by. It always means a lot. So thank you all for being here. So yeah, anyway, here's gonna be a bridge. This is some water under the bridge. Maybe it's like a swampy area. I do feel like if we do that, though, we should put like a bit of a... I don't know if this would look good. Bit of light coming from underneath here. Would that look good? Maybe. Could be a fun way to contrast the dark shapes in here. Also, maybe this could even be darker. For now. Doesn't have to be, but... let's see. We have shapes back here. And over here. I feel like I need to add a little bit of blue in here, into these shapes. Oh, also thank you for the hydrate, JH Crispy. I appreciate it. Okay, so now, how can I add... Right now, this does not read properly. So how do I add contrast here? I could do it with color, right? I could do it with value. I could do it with temperature. I'm drinking my tea right now while I ponder how to fix my painting. If I squint it, it's not very clear. Here, if I go to this, if I bring my painting to grayscale for you guys, it's not very clear. Um, I think part of it is the underside of the bridge, but also where the ground plane meets the bridge, you can't really tell. I think this one obviously works a lot better, right? You can clearly see the bridge up there. This one, though, doesn't. And I don't have to light it with, just backlighting, silhouetting. I don't have to do that. And this one isn't going to be totally like that. Um, but I'm still going to want it to read. So yeah, I'm thinking, I mean, ignoring perspective right now, because perspective, I realize construction can make it read better. So for example, we could go like, a little bit brighter on here, here. That could be okay. Let's see, what else? Make a bridge that doesn't look terrible. I mean, I think still perspective's a little funky. Also, we should have a back shadow here where we get that thing. Let's see, what else? I kind of like it. I still think we need the ground plane that I was talking about earlier. So I'm just gonna make a shape like this. So I can't paint rocks. Uh-oh. Here, start practicing. Just kidding. I mean, yeah, rocks are hard. Um, Rocks are hard. I don't know if I have a special like I think they're hard because it's well, I mean it's basically just rendering. I mean I think on hmm I find it easier to definitely think about the dark shapes, right? Because you can't paint every single rock. Hey Skittle, how are you? Hope it's going well. It is going very well, Skittle. Okay, so I started playing Magic the Gathering. Also, I think before I had told you that I added you when I didn't. I think I was going to add you the second I logged on, but then I got distracted and never actually logged on. But I had typed out that I added you before I actually logged on, and then I didn't. Anyway, now I have added you on Magic the Gathering Arena. Anyway, so I have been inspired. There were some cards with really cool like bridges and stuff. So I'm like, you know what? Today I'm just gonna do all bridges. So all my paintings today are gonna be little thumbnails of bridges and portals, both, not just one. But yeah, bridges and portals. So yeah, I've been inspired. Also, let's add. Oh yeah, I was gonna add some blue. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Let's add some blue up there. Blue down here. Yeah, the card art is super nice and inspires a lot of new ideas. Yeah, it does. A lot of the land art, specifically, at least for me, although there is a lot of art that is not land that inspire me a lot. That they just have really nice elements to them. But yeah. Okay, so anyway, so here's a bridge. Does that look like a bridge? I guess it looks like a bridge. Kind of bridge-like. I don't know if I like the light underneath it or not. Kind of cheesy, but it is what it is. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, we'll get some of this green in here, which is a weird green. Maybe there's some little lily pads or stuff sitting on here. Do you think it would read better if the water level was lower? Increase the negative space between the two? Maybe. Yeah, possibly. Could. Yeah, possibly. Even just if I lowered it a little bit. Um, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. We can try that. I think a lot of it's just the framing of the stuff too, though. I think a lot of the issues can be fixed with framing of values and like it's very, very bright in the back, and I don't know if it needs to be. Um, I think grouping these values a little bit could go a long way. And then really putting the bright spots in the on the bridge itself. Again, grouping these back values. Kind of like that painting we just saw with the Jamie Jones painting. Where the highest contrast is going to be on the bridge, or mostly. Honestly, yeah. Anyway, that works for now. All right, let's do a. I'll have to think about the water level more. You paint very quickly and understandable. Ah, thanks. Uh, I appreciate it. Yeah, well, it's funny you say that today because today is the day where in an hour and 15 minutes I've only done 2 little thumbnails. Let's see. Let's do another thumbnail though. What sort of bridge should we do? What about a portal bridge or something? I gotta think about this. But that's good. It's gonna give me time. Hey, Nex! How are you? Nex, I sent you a message on Discord. By the way, I don't know if you've signed into Discord. But yeah, I sent you a message on Discord. Anyway, happy lurking. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your company. Yo, painting very quickly and understandable. Yeah, I try to, but sometimes it's hard, especially when I'm trying to paint a specific thing. Like today, it's portals and bridges. So I got to think about what I want to do for another portal or bridge. Maybe. Hmm. Let's think. So we have like this standard foresty bridge. We have this other bridge. I mean, I'm thinking we could do something with like reds and blacks and dark colors, or we could do something very like angelic kind of. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'm gonna start with a dark bluish. Just for like a shadow color. Think like concrete in shadow. Then maybe we'll do more like a portal or something. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to do bright yellows. Maybe some more bright yellows. Trying some different shapes. How do I want to do this? I don't really have any idea yet, but I'm just trying to... I kind of have a color palette in mind with some blues, some light and fluffy stuff. Maybe we get some actual objects. Thank you for the follow, Artsy Gamey. How are you? Maybe we get some objects like this. I'm just making some shapes. I kind of have the general theme, I think. Maybe, or maybe not, actually. I don't know what I'm doing yet. Maybe not angelic. How do I want to do this? Typical bridge, or tropical bridge. Ooh, tropical's not a bad idea. Let's write that down. Tropical. Tropical's a good idea. Sore Widow. Hope you're doing well, Sore Widow. Is it Sore Widow or Sore Widow? I feel like I've asked you this before, but I don't remember. Artsy Gamey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. All right. So yeah, I'm not sure what the theme of this is going to be, so it's hard to come up with shapes and colors. But I do think I want this, like, something with lots of bright colors and swirls of light. Again, maybe a bridge, maybe a portal. Maybe a bridge into a portal. So yeah, maybe we go like this. Lots of brightness in there. Hey Joe, can you do another critique of the rocks I was talking about? I could really use some suggestions. Maybe not right now. I don't know. Let's see. If you post it though, I will take a look at it. But I can't. Only if the solution, if I can think of it immediately, because I'm already behind a little bit on doing some of these thumbnails. But yeah, I'll take a look. As always, yeah, feel free to post, and I like seeing stuff. That was quick though. That was quick. Yeah, I mean, make sure you go over values and separating your lights from your darks. What else? I think that's a big one for rocks, is you want to make sure you have lights and a light side and a shadow side. Hey Chin, how are you? How's it going? It's going really well. So yeah, I think when I paint rocks, I like to actually start with the darks. So I might do like, and this is, I mean, you'll notice in a lot of the ways that I paint, I almost always start with the darks. But let's say I'm going to paint a rock pile here. The reason I like starting with the darks is because if I then bump it up to, let's say, a light and maybe a warm color, maybe it's going to be ambient light, so I'll do blue. And as I start painting random shapes on top, this is going to be where that blue light is coming down, right? So anywhere I put the light here, and maybe I do some hard edges, like this, it almost doesn't matter where I put these. At some point, these are going to start kind of looking like rocks, right? Because it's implying that there's bright shapes. Now, maybe these rocks need to be more geometric. So I start, and also I guess there's also some perspective stuff going on, which is, I start to form these shapes. So now I'm thinking like, okay, well, this is the top of a rock. Now I'm going to grab an arbitrary color like yellow, right? So this would be the top of the rock, and maybe there's an underside here. All right, this is another rock in front of it, and again, this would have an underside. I'm obviously not going to paint the underside. I mean, I could, but I could do it in a different color. So maybe I want to take red. I'm going to take a dark, and I'll start painting the underside of this where these dark red rocks aren't getting any sunlight, right? So I'm kind of adding in some occlusion shadow. And a lot of, I think, painting rocks, at least for me, I'm not a pro rock painter. But I think starting in this way, where you're just kind of painting on, basically you're describing form with light and shadow. Maybe this needs some shapes in here. Maybe we even want some shapes in the background now that, it's going to be a little lighter. And I realize these don't really look like rocks yet, probably. Maybe we want, and also their shape design, right? Small, medium, large. There should be some hard edges, some not hard edges, some soft edges, right? There should be all this stuff. Yeah, maybe some of these rocks, right? If we were gonna really get into the nitty gritty, there'd be like, not that we should be doing this yet, but there could be cracks, right? Some of these rocks could have surfaces that stand out. Again, this all depends on the style that you're doing, or not the style, but the types of rocks. Maybe some of these come down like that. And a lot of it is just describing form. So even in a spot like this, right? It's like, you could imagine this being a square, right? So if you imagine this as a square, just make one of the sides dark, one of the sides not as dark, and you're basically done, right? I mean, you're basically describing geometric shapes, whether you simplify them or not. Sometimes you can leave them as big, you can merge the shapes. In this case, the rock shapes are much more geometric. I don't know if I like those shapes. Simplify that one. Maybe there's some shadows over here. Right, so this is kind of one of those things, because I'm rendering rocks, I could just sort of toil away at this for a while, and eventually it would start to look better. Also, maybe the shape design themselves is terrible, so I'm going to come in here and add some depth by adding some light in the background. Right, maybe I realized I actually want there to be a background to this, just to make it a little easier to read, right? So now I'm going to paint back in that ambient light, right? So sometimes painting rocks is just, I mean, it's kind of like painting anything else. And again, this is not a great example of it, because maybe little rocks back here, just for some shape design and compositional stuff. Right, so this is going to have atmospheric perspective here. Some of these rocks. Could have been better, but anyway, you get the idea. So yeah, and not all rocks are going to look like that, right? Different rocks are going to look differently. Let's take a look at yours. Here, the rock painting. I missed it. Oh, that one. Yeah, I mean, I think you did fine. I don't... Oh, are you talking about, like, background rocks? I mean, I think you did just fine. I don't know. I like it. Yeah, I think you did good in your rock painting. Only thing I would probably recommend... Well, not really. I mean, I think probably the key takeaway, though, is the warm and cool. Or warmer and cooler. Doesn't have to be actually warm and cool. But like in the foreground, because the goal isn't just to be able to replicate it, right? And obviously you did a great job doing that. But I think the goal is to, when you do it on your own, right, that you can invent your own scenes, like I'm doing here, where you're painting at the quality of that study, right? So you're inventing your own at a high quality. And I think a lot of that is to understand sort of that you have different types of lighting, right? Maybe some warm and cool. It actually helps. I did a brief rock example before, kind of like this, but maybe not as good or not as bad. It is probably a little better. But I actually use 3 light sources. So I think if you think of multiple light sources can really help. So Jamie Jones, I think, has 3 light sources in here. Let me go back and let me look. I've lost it. Wait. Oh, wait. Was I supposed to be looking at the Jamie Jones one? I think so. But yeah, so Jamie Jones, you can see how he kind of has like, I guess it really is 2 light sources, but he has like a cool light kind of, he basically, at least in the foreground, right? And I guess that's more what I'm focused on, because I think in the background it's more of a direct light. I don't know. I mean, that's more of a color study than a rock study. I don't know. Um, I guess it depends on what you want to focus on, because there's foreground rocks which are entirely in shadow, right? He has entirely shadow rocks, right, in the foreground, and then his background is just being blasted with direct light, and they're very, very different rocks. But I mean, even in the foreground, right, he just has these little piles, and his piles have like a blue on them, right, and then he has like a red on them on the other side. And so he's basically describing every form with, so I mean, if you were to take like a sphere, right, he's basically lighting his sphere with some sort of reddish light on one side and then some sort of bluish light on the other side. And it's basically that's his entire rock, right? I mean, it's, maybe is there another color in there? I don't even know. I have to like go back and look. It's hard for me to keep clicking the thing. I've lost it. But yeah, anyway, he basically just has, yeah, basically just red and blue. I mean, it's essentially like this. Maybe not in the, not the same directions or anything, but and then he has some deep dark occlusion shadows, down in the recesses of the rocks. So he's basically just doing this, but with, instead of having like, a strong one strong ambient light, he has 2 weak different temperature lights, one coming from one direction, the other with a different direction, kind of. And technically, the red light I think is supposed to be bounce light from the background, right? Because you have that red orange, right? And that red is kind of that red light is basically direct light on the red wall bouncing onto here, and so you get this little glow of this red. And so any face that is, closer to that or facing it is going to pick up that red light, and then anything else is going to be the blue light from the sky, right? That's typically why you use blue light. Um, so that's probably how he arrived at the color choices of red and blue is, oh, you have that red bounce light and the blue skylight, right? But they're both essentially just this soft ambient light. There's no direct sunlight. It's entirely in the shadow, but he's still choosing to light it with 2 separate lights. And then, of course, when he's just making his giant rock pile, right, he's just making his rock pile like this, and then he's just lighting it. He's like, oh, okay, well, these rocks are going to be, these rocks are with blue, right? He has some overlap. And then he's like, okay, well, this stuff is in the back, and it's catching some light in here. And he's basically just lighting his rocks like that. And I think that's as long as you kind of understand what's going on, I feel like it's not too hard to reproduce. Hey, Joe, what background color do you start with on your canvas? Is it specific or just random? Just a light gray. I guess in this case, it's a little bit yellow. It's not supposed to be, though. It's just supposed to be a neutral gray. But yeah, it's just a grayish yellow. I guess it leans yellow, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just a gray, nothing specific. I like it to be not too dark. I don't like it to be too dark, but I don't like it to be too light. So it's somewhere in the middle, probably 25% gray. It allows me to go much brighter. It also allows me to go much darker. Yeah, I don't like painting just on white either. Sometimes it's nice depending on the scene. And in fact, I am trying to. You've probably noticed me even today. I will start by darkening my entire scene. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, well, let's just start with a dark scene. So I am trying to get in the habit of, depending on the type of painting that I'm doing, I will tone my canvas specifically for that. Right? It makes no sense. If I want to make something dramatic with lots of direct sunlight, well, it's going to make a sense to darken my scene so that when I, carve out the shapes of the light, right? If I'm like, do this, for example, then I can just blast it with sunlight. I'm like, oh, look, these objects are in light now, right? So it would make sense. But that wouldn't make sense if I wasn't. Yeah, so it just depends. I do want to get in the habit, but I don't even think I'm there, and I don't think other people should be necessarily thinking about that. That's just one more many things to be juggling, right? On a personal level, that's something that I do want to focus a little bit on is, take a few seconds before a painting, figure out the mood of the painting, and decide how to tone my canvas based on that mood of the painting. Is it going to be in sunlight? If there's a lot of direct sunlight that's going to be like pure white, it might make sense to tone down the canvas so that I can, carve out those shapes easier. Because I don't like, if I'm trying to make the focal point of my painting, like I don't want to be combating this, right? I don't want to be like, oh, here's a shape and be having to like, damage my eyes to see this bright spot. But if I can get away by just making everything a little bit darker first, well, now I can see that, and it just makes sense. Butt spot added again, yeah. Popcorn Girl, how are you? Oh, Sorvito. Oh, I didn't. Okay, Sorvito. I just now saw how you said you say your name. I missed it earlier. Don't crash. Don't crash. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, I don't know if these little rock demonstrations helped or not, but this is a good way if you're going to paint foreground rocks. Maybe we'll do some foreground rocks today. Ooh, let's do... Let's go like this. Alright, so this is going to be a darker color. These are going to be dark. I'm at work on my lunch break. Oh, nice. Well, hope work is going well, and hope lunch is tasty. Alright. So yeah, here we are trying to paint some bridges and portals today. That's what I've decided. Also, I don't know what this is. This doesn't look very portal-like. Also, this doesn't feel like the portal is centered here. There we go. Some stuff here. Maybe not even a portal. It might not be a real portal. It might be a fake portal. Maybe there's just some shapes back here that could be a giant rock wall. Like a fake portal. Maybe we'll go a little darker in the front. I'm at work. It's very good. Eating some of your own deli food. Nice. Nice. Butt spot. My boyfriend dropped in last Thursday. He didn't chat, but he enjoyed listening. Naw. Well, that's very kind of you to introduce him to the stream. But yeah, that's cool. Well, if he's listening now, hello. If not, that's okay too. Anyway. But yeah, if there is anybody lurking, never feel compelled to chat. I realize that not everybody likes chatting. All right. Gonna add in some stuff here. Here. There we go. I had to show him the best online, the best butt online. Thank you. I had to show him the best place online, of course. Butt spot is on fire today. Butt spot is great. Okay, fantastic. How are you, Neo? Yeah, butt spot is striking hard today. See, this is why we have it, because it makes things exciting. Okay, how do I want to do this? I feel like this should also be in shadow. If we have a bright backlight here, it should be lighting some of this stuff. And then that light should taper off. I don't have like a clear idea of what I'm gonna do. Here, maybe we'd put like little spikes or something just to make it look some contrast between this sort of portal-y thing. Also, I feel like we should put some contrast down here. Just woke up. It's 9:30 p.m. Dang. That's something. That is late. But yeah, that's anyway, welcome. Also, I added you, I think I added you on Magic the Gathering Arena. Okay, so there's a portal. Let's do another painting. Oh yeah, somebody said tropical portal. What would that look like? Okay, tropical portal. Let me just find, let me just Google, just for color palette's sake. Tropical island images. What? Bing, what have you done? Am I gonna have to abandon Bing? It made me click an extra button to see images. Oh my god. Sorry, going back to Google. Um, or Pinterest. Okay. Tropical Island Portal. Okay, so Tropical Portal. Yeah, so lots of different colors, I guess. Ooh, yeah, okay, so blues and greens. This'll work. Why are you using Bing? Shh, don't ask the tough question. Okay, so a while ago, I have a real answer to this. So a while ago, I decided to keep streaming. Basically, I decided to use Microsoft Edge just as like the 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 browser that I use when I'm streaming, just so that if I open a link or anything, it'll go there. I don't know, just to like I just wanted, I don't know. Chrome was hogging too many resources. I'm like, I'm just going to try this out. But I never did anything with it, right? I never installed any ad blocks. I never did anything. So the default whenever I search anything is Bing, right? Because Microsoft Edge, Bing, that's just they force their crappy search engine on you. So anyway, but I actually found out that Bing has a really good image search. It's quite nice. I enjoy it. I like it better than just Google Images. It's very similar to Pinterest. And yeah, so I would so yeah, anyway, so I would just use Bing. But now they made it look like crap because now you have to click when I just type something in, I have to manually click the three buttons and then the down arrow and click click on images, which images should just be an option that pops up. Anyway, so it's not as good anymore. All right, so tropical island. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Well, I mean, palm trees would be the obvious answer, right? Okay, I have an idea. We're gonna do like the opposite of this. Actually, what if we... I have an idea. I have an idea. We can get some nice blue water. Nice beachy area. Nice trees. Maybe some palm trees. Tropical usually means so much life. Yeah, maybe. Maybe some bright colors, like a bright white sand. Just very bright. I just want to make this whole place look bright. Lots of brightness, lots of water, very blue. Maybe we get that. And then, you know, bright blue sky. Just classic tropical vibes, you know, greenery everywhere. Nice green. That's probably not bright enough. Ooh, how do I... This is going to be hard. Let's make it darker. Because it has to show against the blue sky, right? Or I guess I can make the blue sky even brighter in the background. I don't know. So blue sky, we need the green to show against it. No, sloth. I don't think I'm going to add sloth to this. So we're doing portals and bridges today. That's going to be the theme. Hey, Alex Thompson, how are you? Tropical Beach Bar? No, so we're going to do... So I'm kind of doing some portals and bridges today. So just the various different sort of biomes and different ideas. So I'm trying to figure out how to do a tropical portal, right? There's not a whole lot to build with. I mean, we could do like stone structures coming out of the beach. We could do waves making the portal, right? I'm thinking palm trees or something. Also, where does the portal lead? Or where does the bridge lead? And I was actually kind of thinking something kind of doomy and gloomy. Sand... Oh, or sand cave portal. That could work. I was thinking like it might lead to like some crazy contrasting stormy place on the other side. So you have like this nice peaceful sky, and then something underneath is just... Easter Island head portal, enter through the mouth. That could be a thing. I mean, this is kind of portal-y. This is very much sand portal right here. And just sketching in some shapes here. Just some simple, really simple shapes. Very bright white sand. Good, cool. I like portals. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done some good old portals. I don't want to go too generic though. I do want to. I mean, I already am going very generic, but hopefully, whatever one we pick, it will be less generic. Maybe this could be a little darker, I guess, back here. I don't know. Do we want to go like fully magical? We could go magical vibes. Again, some yellow. Let's get some bright yellows in here. Just in no particular order. Maybe there are a couple of palm trees leaning there being sucked in. Oh, that would be pretty cool. That would be very dramatic. I like that idea, though. Oh, so like a very dynamic, almost, okay, there's like a narrative going on then if we do that, which I like it. I like that idea. Or maybe it could just be that there's, oh, hold on, I have an idea. What if I mean, what if we zoomed in? Nah, I do want it to look, I don't know. Let's try some stuff. Oh, that was overlay. Didn't mean to do overlay. But let's try it. Let's try overlay. Like a red. Whoa, that's too red. Not that. It's very bright right now. I ate too much. I'm going to nap until I have to clock in. Have a good day. See ya. See ya, popcorn girl. Good luck on your nap. Can I see 7 quickly? Looks very cool. Yeah, there we go. Just a bridge. Kind of jungly, swampy, foresty thing. We don't have a whole lot going on today. We're going a little slow. Let's see. How else do I want to do this? What if I add a... I don't think glow dodge is going to work for this because the whole thing is already so bright. But I kind of like it. I don't know. How might I... Let's see. Let's find some other references for Tropical Island. I feel like Tropical Island, it's hard to... That's a beautiful picture. I have an idea also. I have another idea for Tropical Island. It does work quite well. Subtle. Yeah, it's okay. It's... Oh, this? No, I don't think that works. I think the other one. Okay, so I have an idea. I'm gonna actually use blue to darken. So dark values, blue. And then I'll contrast with some bright clouds because we still want it to look sunny. But I just want dark values because I want to potentially brighten up the portal. Also, if I want to do that, maybe I can introduce more darkness down here. I guess we could even go with change colors a little if we wanted. So the reason I'm trying to add more darkness is because I want to try to add some light in the darkness here in the portal. And I'm thinking like a dark purple or dark red, something that sort of contrasts some of these the blues and the greens in here. Or and I'm thinking like a purple or something. So almost like a I don't know. I mean, we're kind of going evil here, like some sort of something's inside of here, or there's like a you know. I don't know, something. I haven't really decided what it is. Some sort of shadowy thing with swirls. Again, super, super simple. We haven't really worked out any of the land form or anything yet, but that's okay. Maybe we can now add some glow dodge. Maybe some red, some airbrush. Again, this might be too much. this is probably too much. I feel like if I was going to do something like this, we'd want to put the mood. That's a Minecraft nether portal. True, I'm literally creating a Minecraft nether portal. You're not wrong. I didn't think about that. Uh, yeah, maybe it is. I like it. It's like Thanos is going walk through. Well, so I think if I wanted to make the mood better, I would put like a tropical storm, right? I would darken the sky and I would limit the color palette or something. And again, I don't know the best way to do this. Yeah, this is kind of nether portal-y, isn't it? Um, maybe I can. Oh, I have an idea. So I'm gonna merge. I'm gonna make a duplicate of all this. I'm going to merge all of my layers. I kind of like this, but what I think I don't like is the composition. So I'm actually gonna go like this. And zoom in. Although technically I should probably put the portal on the other side. Let me think. Maybe I should go like this, actually. That way the portal is facing into the painting. Right, that way that way the portal is facing into the painting. I think that's where I'm gonna go with it. And then of course I can still put some stuff back here. I can push things back a little. You know, some trees. I don't know. I'd have to figure out the forms here. Not very. Hmm. I'm not sure actually. Let's think. Gotta think about this. Also, there's no going back. I'm on the wrong layer. Okay, so this go here. Again, we're kind of getting very, very close to the horizon line, or to the center of the page here with the horizon line, which is not really what I wanted. That's okay. We can do some funky stuff with the clouds. Just make it a little bit more dynamic, more interesting. Maybe these trees can be down a little more. Little tropical trees over here, leading our eye in. Brightness over here. Should the portal taint the water as well, like it's leaking into the shore? Ooh, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe the water line is literally coming into it, and there's like some sort of purple pink stuff coming out here. It's not a bad idea. Gosh, I'm not liking the land form of this yet, but that's okay. We don't need it to be perfect. Again, this is just the thumbnail. This isn't supposed to be the final. It's just the idea, kinda. Anyway, tropical portal. Not the best thumbnail we've ever done. That again, that's okay. That's the idea is cool, and that stands on its own. We can always fix problems later. And maybe I will zoom out or something. I don't know. Yeah, the idea is fun. Yeah. This is where execution isn't always up to par with the idea. But that's okay. Maybe there's like sand dunes back here or something. I don't know. I'm also struggling with getting the depth back here. Okay, next painting. Let's see. We can do one more, I think, before we vote. So we have tropical. We have some of these things. What else? What other idea for a bridge or portal? I need an idea. Oh, sorry, Neo. Redeem a thumbnail from a previous stream. Oh, I see it now. What if thumbnail 6 from January 24th, but instead of water, holes in the earth are portals? Let's take a look. Thumbnail 6 from 26th of January. File open. Paintings. What? Water? Wait, isn't this from the 26th of January? Am I confused? Oh, did I not? I misread the date. 28th of January. Wait, oh, okay. Wait, it wasn't a 28th. 28th. 29? Oh, that was a quarterly one. 29. That is a portal. Am I still off on the date? No, thumbnail 6 from the 28th of January, but instead of water. No, not that. Okay. Isn't that... I'm pretty sure this is the... Date created. Oh, that's December. Oh, I missed a day. Okay, hold on. I'm off a month. I'm off from a month. My bad. 28. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Number 6. Oh. That one? Third tries a charm. Is this the one? Let me click the link to see. Okay. Yep. Oh, I got it right finally. Okay. So this one, but maybe instead they're portal. Okay. Portals. That's kind of something. Work. Perfect. And it slotted right into number 6. Yeah, kind of portally. Okay. I'm trying to think of what it is. I want themed portals. So I like the idea of horizontal portals. Actually, I think that works really well. The only issue with horizontal portals is I think it's really hard to paint them to look like portals without having something going into it, right? Because otherwise it's going to look like a poorly drawn puddle or something. But I think if we have good overlap, and this is an example of where I think the idea itself has the obvious solutions to the idea have, you can't just rely on values, for example, because I don't think it's always going to be clear, right? It'd be sort of like if you were to walk into imagine somebody put a mirror on the ground, right? And you weren't expecting there to be a mirror laying on the ground, like embedded in the ground or something. And as you approach it, you're going to not know that it's a mirror, right? Are we looking at water and it's reflecting the sky? Is this some hole where the sky just continues downward? Like it would take you a moment to realize what you're looking at, right? And you'd have to put someone in or something in close proximity for it to reflect, that you'd be like, oh, this is a mirror and not a body of water or something. And I think portals have a similar issue, um, where you have to rely on some other thing than just values. So yeah, you could do color, right? Put a portal into another location, right? I mean, if you were to make a portal like this, oops, that's not a portal. If you were to do a portal like this, for example, oh, not like that. Let's say this were a portal. Like, this is not a portal, this is just a bridge. But if this were a portal and the background looked more or less the same as the outside area, like, you would never know it's a portal, right? You'd have to signify that it's different. So rather, drastically different shapes, drastically different color, maybe all of them, right? Different values, different mood. Maybe you'd want to throw everything at it so it's totally different, right? I think that's a good way to do it, or at least a good way to start. But yeah, just doing values is tough. What if they all lead to a place with different? Yeah, that could work. I think that'd be hard in this comp. I don't know. Something about that makes my brain say that would be a hard thing to pull off with colors. It would be very, very, what's the word? Clashing. Holly, how are you? Holly Hammer Art. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, they could lead to different places. Right now we're trying to do portals. Portals and bridges. I like the idea of that. Let's just mess around. Hey Sneak, how are you? Been a very long while. It seems like it has been a while. Okay, so what if we did, what if I just darken this all? I'm not really sure what these are, but let's just play around here for a moment. Let's do some overlays. That's not quite what I was looking for. Nope, not that at all. Crispy McPick. Wait. Crispy McPickle. Picky. Crispy McPicky. How are you, Crispy McPicky? I don't know what your name means, but it kind of makes me hungry. It sounds delicious. Anyway, hope you're doing well. So yeah, I guess we could try different. Okay. Neo, I apologize. I'm going to delete this thing in the middle. I'm going to move. Actually, hey, let's do this. Let's move some things. Hey, Mika, how are you? How are you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub to Real Big Mountain. I really, really appreciate it. You are so ridiculously generous. Thank you very much. It's fine, Joe. I just want to give an idea. No, it's a good idea. It is a great idea. And I'm just going to move some things because I think it's going to be hard if there's portals on both sides of this to sort of like balance the composition. I think it would work a lot better of whatever this thing is. Maybe it's some sort of structure or lookout. Who knows? But I think it would just work a lot better if I were to move it way over to the right. Actually, we could even go like this, where we just have a lot of room off to one side. And then we could have little portals in here. I don't know, something like that. Little portals back here. Maybe some of them are at different. Maybe some of them are at different angles or something. I don't quite know how this is gonna work, but yeah, we can try different colors. Maybe there's some blues. Maybe the portals are blue or something. Kind of pick like a pastel-y color, or a color that kind of works with the other colors, sorta, kind of. I mean, we'll make it work. I'm gonna change this so much it's not even gonna be remotely similar. Uh, Patri Patri Elic. I don't think I'm saying your name right either. But anyway, hello. Hope you are well. Maka says real good. Oh, that's good to hear. Good to hear. I'm doing pretty well also, if I do say so myself. I think I am anyway. We're a little slow today with our portals. It's a portal factory, so different portal equal different color. Ooh, that would. So I like the idea. I don't think transforming this painting into that though would work that well. Okay, bear with me for a moment. I like that idea, and that's kind of what Neo was hinting at, I think. Is sort of this, each one is a different color, and it's sort of this. But I like the idea, but I think it might gosh, this could be an entire stream on its own. Designing this. So my first idea is like, okay, what if you had these portals, arranged like this in like a, it kind of laying out here, like, or wait, but no, not like that, like this, right? So here's our horizon line, and you have these portals laying on this thing or something, and they're like, maybe there's stuff you can see kind of into each of them, and there's like each one is sort of a very different, biome, and there's kind of different colors. Something like that could be cool where you have each of these portals. And I like that idea. Um and that way we can actually set it up where the composition kind of works. Hey Nexia, how are you? But yeah, so the problem with this idea is that I feel like this is the obvious solution, but it's so simple that I think if we wanted to explore asymmetrical designs, it would be really hard to. We'd have to do like a whole bunch of thumbnails. This is like you'd get like a prompt for like I don't know, I'm just gonna say a Magic the Gathering card, and I feel like you'd have to do a whole bunch of thumbnails to really find a good solution because this is a very generic solution, but the challenge is so diverse, right? And we might end up at something like this, where it is sort of this asymmetrical design and it looks really interesting. But right now, it's a hard place to start with something like that. So I do have brushes. Hey Nexia, you says you are sad to be in London. Wait. I'm doing good. Just got back from the U.S. spending time with Sil. Sad to be in London. How are you? Oh, that's cool that you just got back. That's cool, Nexia. That's exciting. How was it? How was the U.S. and your visit? I mean, Joe, you can totally lay it aside and use it as a prompt or another stream. Yeah, it might be a good idea. Because I do like the idea, but I would want to explore different versions because I think I have a tendency, I mean, heck, we all might have a tendency to start out kind of symmetrical when we're doing designs, especially, if I say, you know, like do a character lineup or something, I think people's inclination is, okay, well let's do some simple shape like this and we'll have our character in the center, and then we'll have other characters that are smaller off to the side, and we're going to make this nice arch, right? But I think there's other ways to do it. Like what if you built structures, right? And did different things, and then you put the characters on these structures, and you can still have a nice arch, but in the end, it's not as simple as just, your first idea, right? You might have been more complex. And that's kind of what I'm getting at is I think this idea is really cool. Yeah, maybe we had, some of these shapes are up top on, there's like a mountain, and then there's like some other shapes, and this, some other structure is holding one of these, and maybe there's one on the ground, you know, there's something coming out of it on the foreground. Like I do like the idea. So I'm gonna try and sort of put a mental pin in this. Let me even write it down because I like the idea. Maybe we'll do that next time. It was really good. I had Olive Garden for the first time. Nice. I don't know if I've ever had Olive Garden. don't know. I don't think I have. Okay, let me bring up my document though here for stream. Where is it? Have I lost it? Oh, text docs. It's probably in that folder. Stream recommendations. It was multiple portals in one scene leading to, or each leading to different biomes. Also, speaking of different like types of art prompts and stuff, I actually responded to on Twitter because it kind of made me mad. I think somebody was making an AI rant post. All they did was like take a screenshot of someone else's comment, and the comment said something to the, was like, oh, what was the prompt for this? Because it depicted this thing so well. And a person thought they were talking about AI, I think. I don't know if they were. And then here I am, like, I use the word prompt like every day on stream. And I'm never talking about environment, or I'm never talking about AI, right? And so it annoys me that potentially there are people out there who don't like people using the word prompt to describe the concept behind the image. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, I always use this word. Now do I need to change the language I'm using so that people don't think that I'm talking about AI? Like, what is gosh, it's so silly. Anyway, so that was a thought that popped into my head the other day. These environments are so pretty. I love 4 and 5 the most. Oh, excellent. So hold off on the 4 and 5 though, because I'm going to rearrange them because we are going to vote on these if you want to participate in voting. And I'm going to change the numbers around. So, for example, these two can go up here. Number 9 can get yeeted. There we go. Rest in peace, number 9. I don't know. I also use that word all the time, but I'm also blissfully ignorant. Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't even care. Like, I personally wouldn't care at all. But I also don't think if somebody were to ask me what the prompt for today's paintings were, I don't think I would think that they're mistaking my art for AI, right? And yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna leave number 6 up there, even though I just destroyed it, and also it's probably not going to win, but we will return maybe next stream on Monday. I will return to the portals, except I'm going to specifically have a very specific prompt, which is again multiple portals, each leading to a different sort of biome or something along the lines of that, and I'll see what I can do. But yeah, so let's vote here. Let me turn on my little thingy that blanks out my canvas. And then I'm going to zoom in. Also, I'm going to... Well, not that. Not what I want to do. Just trying to clean this up so we can actually see the numbers. And then I'm going to zoom in. Then I'm going to turn off the showcase. And then I'm going to open up a... What am I going to open up? Straw poll, and make a straw poll so everyone can vote, and we will vote on whichever ones multiple. You can vote for multiples, but we only have 6 options today, so you can only vote up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Allow selection of multiple options, yes, and the name of the straw poll is vote. Okay. Create poll. There we go. I'm going to put it in chat. You really missed the East Coast sun right now? No. Unlimited soup. Yes, please. Nice. All right, so there is the voting thing. If you would like, you should totally click on that. Okay, ignore pardon my spam. Oh wait, no. I didn't do that right. Uh-oh, I sent the wrong... Sorry, sorry, sorry. I'm not having you guys create a poll. I sent the wrong link. Ignore me. Ignore me, ignore me. Sorry, sorry, sorry. There we go. That should be better. I'm just bad at streaming. Okay, here we go. Okay, does that work? Let's click the link now to see. Okay, it should work now. Does that work? Okay, yeah. So new poll is up. Ignore all the spamming. You can either click the link at the top that should be pinned, or you can click the straw poll. Lovely. Hey, Brett, how are you? Thank you. Yeah, we were doing some portals today, and I like them. I'm pretty happy with the ones we did. We did spend a little bit longer on today's thumbnails than normal, which is why we only have 6 and not more. Um, I think I'm gonna linger on this for a bit. Very much inspired by Magic the Gathering. Aperture science. Hey, Jim Gleason, how are you? What about aperture science? Aperture. I don't even know what I feel like I should know what that word means. That word has something to do with apertures are things on cameras, right? I don't know. I don't know. I need to look into this. Portal song. Oh. We do what we must because we can. I feel like you guys are all in on a thing that I'm ignorant of. For the good of, okay, it's clearly is a Portal thing. The song is called "Still Alive" from the game Portal. Okay, gotcha. You guys are all on the same page, and meanwhile, I am completely lost. So business as usual. Anna Nasic, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we currently are voting just for a few more minutes. Relatively short voting session today. 5 minutes until we're done. I'm going to save this though and put it in Discord and do all the stuff that I normally do while that happens. Also, drink my tea and save my art and all the stuff. See, I know that cake is a lie meme. I know that. That's the only one that I know from Portal. Thank you for the follow, Peon Lou. How are you? Hope you're doing well today. What if it's lemon cake? Sounds delicious. Dang, I want cake. I want cake now. Okay, save my painting as a new file. Also, if you're just coming in, we are voting. You love the companion cube. Are you guys now talking about... We've just gone off the rails into Portal, haven't we? We are no longer... I don't know what we're talking about, but that's fine. I'm happy with it. I'm going to make a new file. All right, what one's winning? What do I want to work on? I like number 5. I like number 3, actually. Number 3 is interesting. I think if I go with number 3, I will change the color or something. I'll do something fun. I'm gonna definitely add some contrast between the portal and the foreground. Number 3, number 5 is okay. I think just number 3 and 5. Those are the ones I like. I normally don't say which ones I want to work on, but I think 4 is winning. Okay. Alrighty then. Yeah, so 5, I think the reason 5 isn't doing better is because it has really bad values. It doesn't quite read as well as it could. And I think that's obviously my fault, but it's also a very loose painting. So yeah, number 5 is interesting. I do think it's one worth revisiting. You really like 2? I like 2 also, but I also felt it was somewhat generic, which I know doesn't matter to like 99% of people, because if it just looks nice, it looks nice, and I'm all for that too. But there is something up, when I'm the one painting them, I do like to sort of do things that maybe I haven't done too much, something too similar before, or I like to sort of like I have my own metrics for judging these, and I realize other people have their own metrics as well, which is why I didn't even vote for number 4 and that one's winning, is because to me it's the most basic composition. It's just this, zoomed out shot, sort of bridge in the distance, So like I understand that people have different tastes, and it's it's kind of a one of the struggles of streaming, I think, is that what I like to do and what I enjoy is not always what other people enjoy. Luckily, I think with the thumbnails, this actually works out kind of well because I don't necessarily have to pursue, say, thumbnail 5. I can be doing whatever, whichever one, and I'm perfectly happy with that. Which one did you say you liked? I voted for 3 and 5. I thought 5 was an interesting concept with a lot of room for exploration. And number 3, I think if I were to change the color palette in the foreground or the background, I could do some cool contrasting colors and kind of like maybe if I were to add like wildlife and stuff in the foreground, there's definitely some cool stuff I could do with 3. When by wildlife I meant like plant life, but or actual animals that could work too. So yeah, 3 or 5 is what I voted for. But it's not finished. Still room for change. But number 4 looks like it's gonna win. You guys voted wrong. How dare you? How dare you vote incorrectly? Sloths. I don't think I would put sloths in number 3. Maybe in number 5. Although I don't think 5 has the scale for animals. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll see what I can do, Neo, to fit sloths in. You voted wrong. What a thing to say. I know. This is totally a democracy. I think 4 has a favorable perspective for which is drawing people in. I mean, I think number 2 is the best for drawing people, just because it's the most zoomed in. But other than 2, I agree with you. 4 has some good stuff. So because we're probably gonna do 4, as 3 seconds left. Okay, it's done. Number 4 has won. All right, let's go with number 4. So here are my thoughts on 4. Let me just critique and rip my painting apart here for a moment. Let me first zoom in though. Copy paste. Making this larger. Turning off all these things. All right. Let me move some of this. Okay. Oh no, I dropped some frames. Is my stream dead? Uh-oh. I don't like dropping frames is scary because my internet's been so bad lately. Hey, I have a question regarding your brushes. Can the brushes be imported into Photoshop? I don't think so. I think, funny enough, some of my brushes initially started out as Photoshop brushes, but I don't know what has happened to those because it's been so long since I've done that. But I don't think Photoshop is backwards compatible with Clip Studio brush. I don't know why I call it backwards compatible. I don't think it's compatible with Clip Studio brushes. I think Clip Studio is compatible with other brush sets though. Because they specifically were trying to get people to come over to from other programs, so they made their brush set, their brushes be able to take other formats. But I don't think Photoshop has that feature, unfortunately. There are some brushes. So there's an artist who has some brush sets. There's Yu Cheng Hong, and there is Jamie Jones, who has been talked about already today. And there is, I think those are the 2 artists. I think I have some brushes from them. I don't know who else I have brushes from, but one of the brushes that I use is quite similar to one of their brushes. And I don't know whose brush. I think it's a Yu Cheng Hung brush. And I think they're free, and they're for Photoshop. I don't use them anymore because also Yu Cheng Hung is totally 3 different words, I think. I don't know how you spell it. But anyway, he does like character art and stuff. Okay, but so let me do a quick critique of my own painting, just so I can articulate my thoughts before I start destroying it, or painting on top of it. So first things first, just from a composition perspective point of view, the focus is obviously the bridge, but the eye level is kind of in the middle of the painting, and I feel like we should have maybe if we're looking up at the painting, it would make sense to have our eyes not in the middle. So, for example, cropping the image like this, or bringing the painting down like this, and then having more room to play with in the sky could be a smart move, right? So that we're focused on the bridge. Our eyes are down here looking up at the painting, right? So that's an option. Alternatively, it would be to lower or raise the thing. But I think when the thing that you're looking at is above you, I feel like it makes a lot of sense to focus upward. So my hunch is to zoom down or to bring it down, get put the horizon line out of the middle of the painting and bring it down a bit, just so now that we're looking up at the painting. Also, it gives us some fun opportunities with clouds and stuff. So that's the first thing that I notice is, our eye level is just dead center. Next thing, I mean, honestly, I think just doing a cool bridge design is kind of my priority here, because I don't do a lot of design stuff on stream, and I think having some sort of, focusing on shape design, also trying to figure out the mood. I actually initially thought maybe of doing some like shiny foreground stuff with like, fancy water effects and things, which could be cool. That would actually be fine to keep the painting the way it is now. Jamie Jones, like a name that would give a secret agent character. What's your name? Jones. First name? Jamie. Sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it sounds like a secret agent name. Or anything with Jones. I feel like Jim Jones, Jamie Jones, Joshua Jones. Any of those names could just be like, something about Jones just feels like a Agent Jones. Yeah. Anyway, if anyone, there's probably like a lot of people in chat who have the last name Jones. It's an extremely common name. So, or an archaeologist, maybe. Yeah. Safu, thank you for the follow, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, so let's do some of those things I said. I'm sure there's other things that come to mind, particularly like thinking about. Also, I want to change the color. So, actually, before I move on to design, let's think about materials and color and what is this thing, right? This bridge looks a little small, and I kind of wanted it to be some sort of. It doesn't have to be big, but something designed in an interesting way where we sort of get the sense that like it has a purpose or it has a design or it has a certain language to it, like again shape language or design language. um it doesn't have to be intricate. It can be sort of, we can have parts of it or that don't have, like, I don't need it to be all spindly. We can just have interesting shapes, but I gotta think about how I want to do that. Uh, is there an room for an interesting gaseous sky? Probably. I mean, so this is where, if we can figure out an interesting direction to go, it can help us solve some of these issues. Right? Like if I wanted to make this sort of, you know, post-apocalyptic, some of these things looking like, old bits of rusted metal and, scrap metal hobbled together, like then it would make a ton of sense to have this toxic looking color palette and sky, and you could really lean into this post-apocalyptic look. But I don't know if I want to go that route. I kind of don't, right? Like I sort of, it's not really my favorite theme to go in. We could go there, but we just have to make a choice, really. And some of that choice can be made by exploring stuff, just quite literally painting on top of my painting, and maybe trying out different shapes, maybe maybe I make some of these shapes a little bit, taller here. Maybe I use different brushes to, you know, sort of influence my shapes a little bit. Right? If I'm using a brush that tapers to a point, I might make pointy shapes, and maybe my brain will think of something. So yeah, I'm gonna just paint loosely over here for a moment and just try to think about what I could be painting. Also making sure that if we're looking underneath this bridge, that we have adequate, perspective going on. What could this bridge be? Maybe this whole bridge is, maybe the scale is really, really wild, and these are actually buildings. So maybe these things are actually all on their own buildings, right? And then we have little shapes of big, medium, small in here. And then, of course, if these are buildings, these would have to be some massive, giant structural things going down here. I don't know how that would work. Like a double-decker area. And again, I kind of like that idea. I mean, again, maybe it's just because I like to revisit themes over and over again, but right, so these could be their own little mini bridges with their own structural things in them. So yeah, I mean that could be a route that we go. Some, again, giant thing where these are like mountains almost. There's just massive structures, and maybe it's just a lot larger than we thought. Um, or we could go more fantasy and localized and closer. Like we could do again. We could just take this. We could take this in a bright, sunny. Right now, the shapes are very much reading, spooky, post-apocalyptic kind of vibes almost. I think there should be life in the image, this ground, but then pockets where it's dying. See, that would be cool. I like the idea of that. So yeah, what if we just took a color that is much more vibrant, say green. It doesn't have to be green, but you know. And yeah, what if we put some just actually here, what if we do this? What if we just take an overlay and put some green in here? And just using that same brush that I was. Also, these brushes are, if anybody asked about my brush earlier, I'm now using a brush called NYX Keo brush set. I tested it out a few weeks ago. Every Thursday, I try to test out a brush set. NYX Keo. This is the brush set that I'm using right now. They're very weird brushes. They're quite painterly, and they're quite nice. I enjoy them. But yeah, every Thursday I try to test out a brush set. Yesterday, or not yesterday, but last Thursday, the brush set I tested out. Well, I was having some issues with Photoshop and also with Clip Studio, and also the brushes that I tested out were bad. They just weren't good, and I didn't know that before I tried them. So we basically just abandoned it right off the bat because they needed too much customization to even be functional. So unfortunately, last Thursday I did not really test out brushes. But yeah, these were from a few Thursdays ago, and they're amazing. I love these brushes, so I do recommend them. And also, if anyone ever has any other recommendations, you should totally do that. So yeah, I'm just plopping in some green. Ooh, this is laggy. Look at that lag. This is what happens when you use a brush that isn't made for what you're doing. Ooh, okay. Yeah, maybe we'll get some blue sky. I'm just gonna use like again, just an airbrush or something. Actually, yeah, let's just use an airbrush. Yeah, maybe our sky is blue. I mean, we can just change the color palette of this stuff and make it things extremely different. Um, and I think a lot of it, when we talk about like mood and shapes and stuff, right? I kind of group those all together because just from having things like this, right, I feel like we can get away with very different shapes than we could have otherwise because of the color palette, right? This color palette just screams a little bit more friendly and a little bit more happy, right? And it's sort of this. We could even put trees in here. I feel like this is just very much. I mean, I don't know if this is actually what I want to do. No, maybe not. Hmm. So where else could we go with this? Um, I kind of like the idea of these like golden things, almost like golden and what if one side of the bridge is rotting, eroding, and the other side is vibrant? Maybe. I kind of like the idea though of this because we have this yellow in here that just kind of by pure accident stumbled its way into the painting, and I actually really like the idea of sort of this almost like a metallic look where we have bits of metal, and yeah, maybe some parts it's sort of starting to rust or something, and in other parts it's vibrant. I don't know about rotting. I'm not sure if that's the route I want to go. Again, so much of the way that because we're kind of coming up with ideas on the fly, certain ideas, and this is personal preference, I think, lend themselves to certain compositions and ideas better. I think ideas that sort of transition from one thing into another, where it's like, one end of the bridge is life like, the other end is sort of rotting or something. I feel like those sorts of compositions are best like in sort of foreground background kind of thing. So like, leading us into this new area, right? So almost like quite literally, going from one location to another. I think doing it horizontally just like this is weird. It just doesn't quite feel right to have, this side is vibrant, and this side is not vibrant, right? And you just have this side to side. I'm not a big fan of that. I think it just to me it would make more sense from a composition point of view if we had a bridge going, into the distance, and then you have like, this like a transition, like you're walking into this area, right? Like you, the viewer, could experience this transition from decay to life or life to decay. So to me, I feel like it would just make more sense to separate the image this way than to do it the way that I have it now. So I almost just want to say I'm not going to go with that idea simply on grounds of I don't think the painting's set up for it. I think we could do a better job of setting up the painting. And so because of this way that I'm working of just kind of piecing together ideas as I go, I think I want to try to find an idea that works with sort of this setup of sort of the zoomed out shot. And I do think sort of a patchwork of maybe, old and new and different type of thing. I think that could work quite well because that's more just showing the thing, right? It's like you're standing outside of a building and looking at it, as opposed to really exploring the insides. And I don't know. To me, it almost just screams. It demands a different composition. And again, a lot of these are sort of preconceived notions. Like there's no reason you have to set up your composition that way. And if this were for an actual project and maybe I had, was getting paid for it or there was more time to invest into it that didn't feel like it was being wasted, I might explore, I might just take a long time to explore different options. And yeah, maybe try some options that I have a hunch aren't going to work simply to rule them out, right? Because I don't think that my initial assumption about composition necessarily is right, but I also have a hunch it's probably not the best solution. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's definitely I think exploring ideas like that is good, but I'm not sure if I want to do that in this painting because there's an element of I want to make it work. So yeah, do I like this greenery up here? I don't know. I mean, I could go back and we could keep it kind of decaying, or you know, maybe I don't like the sunny vibes as much. But I think we can. I think I can do this. So I'm gonna keep on painting on this. But let me first, real quick, let's try to establish some, you know, stay on the bigger shapes for a moment. What is this place? It's a bridge. I know that. A bridge for over a giant river of something. Maybe not a giant river. Maybe there's mountains in here. Again, these are kind of large. I like these patterns of light and dark, so I'm just gonna replicate them. I'm kind of gonna abandon the bridge for a moment. I'm not gonna like erase it or anything, but I'm going to focus on sort of these other things because I want to come up with an idea of what this is a little bit more. You know, maybe the scale of it all. For example, is this like a giant cliff over here? And these things are super high up? Or is this pretty localized in scale? Like, are we kind of close to it? And I kind of feel like I want to do something with this a little bit closer. But now as I paint, I keep making it look further and further away. Right, like if this were a house or something. My eye wants to see a boat at the far end of the river. Alright, let's put a boat there. That's not a bad idea at all. I like it. Let's just bring that river part back. Now, the question is, how big of a boat? We could go like... Maybe we'll just put in a sailboat for now. A sailboat? Do we really want a sailboat in a river? I don't know. Hold on. Let me think about this. Valhalla calling me. Yeah, I don't know about the shapes of these boats, but again, it's not really about that right now. It's about just getting the idea down. My dad used to sail on a river. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you totally could if the river was big enough, right? It's definitely possible. Okay, so maybe there's some little things here, some trees or something. Again, I don't want to paint all the individual trees, especially if the scale is really big. I do want to bring in some darker shapes in the foreground, maybe. Or maybe even some lighter shapes in the foreground, just some different shapes. Again, the question is, what is the scale of this place? Are these like farmlands? I mean, that would be a massive river. I mean, it could work. Also, I'm not sure if I like this thing with the composition leading our eye off the page like this. I feel like kind of weird. Maybe I'm not vibing with it too much. Maybe we bring the river, meander it through here as well. Hmm. Again, this is just me exploring composition a little bit. I'm not sure if I want the river thing to run off the page like this. And if it does, try a sandbar. True. Put like a little area in the middle right here. That would work. Yeah, for sure. Is that what you mean? Or maybe even something like this. Or a couple sandbars, honestly. I don't know if that's quite what you meant. Something. I mean, maybe now I'm ruining it. But yeah, I kind of get what you mean. That could work. I think I just ruined that. But hold on. I got an idea. Let me just backpedal a bit here to think about how I want to do this. Put one right here. Couple of sandbars, couple of sand pubs and restaurants. Yeah, you're really on the pubs and restaurants idea, aren't you? Okay, so the idea. Yum. Hmm. I kind of feel like this stuff is too. I don't know. I'm just playing around. If you add small copes of trees at the edge of the frame, it could help draw the eye back in. True, for sure. I'm not sure which edge you mean though, because I'm flipping canvas. But I mean, we could. I really like the colors and contrast in this piece. Yeah, I'm liking it. I like it so far. There's definitely some things I could do to it. Um, I'm just kind of exploring honestly right now, and I talked about this a lot on stream. Is I do feel like so much of art, at least when I'm doing it like this, where I don't have even. I mean, even though we do have a clear idea of what I'm doing, um, so much of it really is just exploration. The one where the river is hitting the edge of the frame. River is hitting the edge of the frame right here. Oh, do you mean like in the foreground? Like this kind of thing? I don't know if I like that. I don't think that's quite what you meant. That's probably not what you meant. I don't think that's what you meant. On the right. Oh, on the. Oh, I see. I see. Other side. So like here. Like this kind of thing. Yeah, that could work. I don't know the scale that we'd want it. But yeah, something like that maybe. The idea would. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, something like that could work totally. I mean, I almost don't even know if it needs it, but yeah, that's a good idea. For sure. Putting little blobs. And again, none of these are rendered. I'm not painting any of this stuff to look nice. And also, I guess it helps set the scale really well. Okay, so now maybe, again, if these are trees, maybe these are little towers and buildings, and again, some of them are going to have our little building thing. I kind of like that there's this color down here, this grayish color, and it can lead its way into this painting, or this pinkish reddish color. Here, let's go back to this other pen that we were doing. Also, I should save my painting. Don't forget to save. Saving is important. Last stream, my Clip Studio died and I hadn't saved, and so I had to take a screenshot of my stream, which of course is not as high quality, and it looked very pixelated and blurry, and let's just say it was bad. So, yeah, and it left the painting extremely blurry. But that was also because I had about half a gigabyte of space left on my hard drive where it was trying to save to, and so because it was struggling, and then I hit other buttons while it was struggling, yeah, that's what crashed it. So I now know better to not crash my own Clip Studio. But yeah, that was a whole thing. Okay, so I do like the idea of this being a little city in here. But the question is, how do I go about making it look like a city quickly? And not that every painting has to be done quick, but I am in a situation where I don't want to spend all day on it. I mean, just a few hours. I'll probably be live for another hour. Also, I asked earlier to maybe post some art videos in the Discord, because every Sunday we always watch some just random art tutorials or videos or conversations. We've been watching a lot of Bobby Chu interview type videos, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Just I like to keep up on sort of art stuff every week. I like to go through and save videos throughout the week that I see that I want to watch, and just kind of catch up on, put some time into watching art stuff. Obviously, it's good to put time into actually painting too, which is, I guess, kind of what I'm doing now. But yeah. So anyone is welcome to join. I always share my screen when I'm watching those in the morning on Sundays, so I will do that tomorrow if anyone wants to join. So here's this yellow. I'm gonna go put the yellow around the edges of these. Basically, I'm just gonna use this yellow as a way to. What time would that be Eastern? Eastern time, it's gonna be 11 a.m. Because for me on the Pacific time, it is 8 a.m. So I believe Eastern is 3 hours ahead. So yeah, it should be 11. And that is, let's see, 8, 12, or wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be 5 p.m. Central European time. Sorry. I was just counting up the time, the hours. I'm like, I hit 12 and I went to 13. That's not what I meant to do. I can tell time, believe it or not. But yeah, so Central European time should be 5 p.m. I got a mermaid spring sketch thing time wrong by guessing. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, that I also probably didn't make it super clear. But anyway, we will do more of those if you ever want to join. If anyone is new and isn't sure what KG artist is talking about, every couple months at various holidays and different times during the year, we do a sketch exchange event with the community. We just did one last week, last Saturday actually, so 1 week ago. It was mermaid themed or just spring themed, depending on what you wanted to do. And yeah, basically you entered in with a sketch prompt. So you just some sort of, it could be like two mermaids picnicking or something. And then basically whoever draws your name would then do the sketch prompt of your prompt. And of course, you would do someone else's prompt as well. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of just fun art time. Very, very casual. And yeah, we'll do another one here in a bit. I think it was Kath who recommended maybe do one at each season. So we just did a spring one. So, middle of summer, maybe August or something, we could do another. That could be fun. Or end of summer. I don't know when summer is, but yeah. August. Maybe in August we could do one. You can tell I don't go outside when I don't even know when summer is. No, I know I know summer, but yeah. Anyway, it's that's fun. So we'll do more of those. So yeah, if you miss them, and that's kind of the point, is we aren't really trying to make it like if you miss it, you've missed a ton. Like kind of the point is that we'll do more. They are supposed to be super casual, right? We don't want people to sign up months in advance. Like there isn't the option for that. That's why I don't even announce it until a few days before or a week before, but I don't have signups until a few days before. Also, I'm trying to come in here, and there's some fun shapes that I'm playing around with now. Sort of these little, this shape right here. It's the little hat shape. I'm liking that. I think it looks nice. So I'm kind of trying to come in here. Also putting in here some little vines and various things. Again, just kind of patterns of shape, not or shape and color. Not really trying to do any detailing. Big shapes, big swatches of color, big patterns, anything to sort of get the idea down. Right, so I'm defining some of these. But I do want it to look a little bit intricate. I think that's going to be part of the charm here. So I want to paint along the edge here of these shapes. Holy moly, how much time has it been since I last dropped by? Hey, Royal Ops, it's been a while. How are you? Holy moly indeed. How are you? Hope you're doing well. All right, let's work on the what is this? The clouds a little bit. So first I'm going to save. I think I want to get the background kind of figured out a little bit in the clouds in the color palette. I like the bright yellow clouds, but I think they need some shadows. Hey, you're fine. How about me? I'm doing well. Today's a good day. Starting to get a little tired, but honestly pretty good. We were doing some bridges and arches and portals today for just, well, not for anything, just because that's what we do on stream. We sometimes pick a topic and go with it. Sometimes we don't. Today was one of the rare days where we did have a topic, which was bridges and portals. So yeah, we did some little thumbnails that were all bridges and portals. And funny enough, probably last time you were here was we were doing a lot of portals and stuff, but we basically haven't done anything like this, any portals or bridges in a long time. I guess we've done a few bridges. We actually did something like this a little while back, but yeah. So that's what we're doing today. Definitely think we want some of these big bright clouds up top with the shadows on the underside. So now I need to figure out how to paint clouds. I remember there being a portal last time. Yeah, probably. I feel like it's about that time. It's been a while ago. Anyway, trying to guide the eye in just a little bit with these clouds. I do like some of this stuff. I think these nice colors are quite nice and bold on the outside. I think it makes for a quite interesting skyscape. Keeping this gradient alive. Again, these little background trees back here. Ooh, okay, so I like the trees getting kind of gray back here. I don't know why, but I feel like it's fitting. That'll work. Those cloud colors always make me want to paint whale creatures swimming through them. You're not wrong. It is great. I like it. I actually had a painting like that. Speaking of which, I don't think Nex is here because they were here earlier and they said that they were doing stuff with family. But they retrieved or redeemed a print, and it was the whale print, which I don't have any of. So I need to get more of those prints before I can send them out. So I want to get, I don't know, Next, if you're, for whatever reason, listening to the, I know it's weird to call people out. I already sent you a Discord message. But if anybody has redeemed the whale print and wants a different print in the meantime until I order the whale prints, let me know and I can give you a different print. And that way you don't have to wait so dang long. Because I did run out of the whale print. I'm gonna make some little bridges and arches back here. I don't. Is this shape too much right there? I think that might be too much. I can just blur that. It kind of has these almost like explosion shapes going out. It's kind of neat. Let's see. What about here? Underneath the bridge. Do we make a big... Yeah, it has a repeating shape. Yeah. And we're kind of arriving at some of these repeating shapes, right? These are... I mean, I guess this is what I would consider shape language, right? We have certain shapes that work. It wouldn't make any sense for me to put a square up here, for example, because there's not really any squares in the painting. It could be the case that we could paint a painting where squares would be very fitting in the sky, but I just don't feel like, sharp lines are what's needed right now. To me, that's a lot about what shape language is. It's also just composition, kind of, but it's more on a design level. Like if you were to zoom in to a specific spot, it would be designing these shapes, but also to fit the rest. So it's kind of... I was just watching a video on painting clouds, and they started with cubes. Yeah. Well, yeah, if you don't paint a lot of clouds, I think one of the big mistakes, and funny enough, I kind of have done it here, but one of the big mistakes is to not realize that clouds are three-dimensional objects, and to emphasize that, a lot of tutorials will say, okay, well, here's your horizon line, or here's where your eye level is. These objects, right? They are things. Well, this is not correct, right? There we go. Right? These are cubes. So yeah, you could paint cubes up here. You could paint, very large cubes. And then these shapes can go like that. You can paint smaller cubes. Are in the distance, even tinier down here. Right, and the idea is that, yeah, if these are all clouds, right, you would just make your cloud shapes follow that, right? And then you'd have the underside of it, obviously making these way too dark, right? And then you would have your shadows on the bottom. So, I mean, clouds are things with shapes and volume, and they do have it. I mean, a lot of things people forget is to put the underside of their clouds, right? This is why... Right, you can oftentimes just kind of cheat it with doing things like that, where you put sort of you make these clouds look like they have an underside, right, by adding some shadow. And it, depends on the type of cloud. You may want to do that. You may not. You know, and as it gets closer, you also there's yeah. Anyway, so that's a thing. I don't even know if that's good or bad. Like, not everything is super. You know, you don't always see the underside. A lot of times it's super subtle. Can I drop a link to it if anyone's interested? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. You should drop it in the Sunday Art channel. That's where. Oh, or here. That works too. Oh, Tyler Edlin. I'm pretty sure we watched this one. Yeah, Tyler Edlin's good. Pretty sure we've seen that one. But we can watch it again. I'm only gonna watch an hour of videos tomorrow, so you know there's gonna be here. I'll put the link in there so you don't have to. There we go. But yeah, it is important to know that clouds do have form, and they are, you can see the bottom of them, and obviously oftentimes because they're so complex and they're, you know, due to the weird lighting, just like with a face, how you can't always see all the curves and stuff because it might be evenly lit. Clouds are the same. They oftentimes have the illusion of being this flat shape in the distance, but if you really want to drive the, you know, the clarity of the language, you know, and of your painting, right, which is communication. If you want to drive that communication home and make it as clear as possible, right, emphasizing that form can be important. So understanding that they have form is the first step. Right, and you can emphasize that. I mean, there's different types of clouds also. There's, you know, you don't have to make every type of cloud look super three-dimensional, and also things are so far away oftentimes that they do really flatten out. So not every camera is gonna have the same. It's not gonna look the same every time. So there's a lot of discretion. What is it? Use your best not discretion, your best judgment. Right? It's up to your, yeah. You get to choose. Also, I'm gonna add some dark shapes back here. Discernment, is that the right word? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of words, if I were to read them, I would know what they mean through context, and I know close enough to what they mean that I don't have any problem understanding it. But when it comes time to actually use those words myself, I'm like, what does that word mean? Like the exact, like specifically, like I know close enough, but I don't know that the specifics. So yeah, I'm pretty. I've always said this, and it's kind of an almost irony of me streaming and essentially communicating for a living. Not that I stream for a living, but you know, maybe someday. Um, but yeah, it's like when communication is such a important part of my day to day, and yet I feel like I'm pretty bad at it. I need to like study like a dictionary and just read words so I know what they mean. Like even words that I use because sometimes I say things that I think I don't know what the words mean. So I'm just guessing. And then there's also the factor other people may not know. We like I don't even think I have the same understanding of what words mean as other people who use the same words. Like we both would say that they mean the same thing, but our understanding of the concept behind them is just ever so slightly different. So there's always like a little bit of lost in translation kind of thing, even when I'm speaking the same language. Like if I say the word like gratitude or something, like that to me, there's a specific like context in which I would use that word. Where even though I might the definition's the same, you wouldn't necessarily understand the context that I would use that word, so that the meaning changes ever so slightly. I don't know. Maybe that was a bad example. Anyway, painting. So yeah, I'm trying to add some of these little shiny parts. Maybe some over, you know, maybe there's little structures here that are interesting or intricate. And then again, some of this underside stuff. I do think I should probably paint the underside of this, so some of these structures maybe. I don't know how I want to go about that. They shouldn't be. Sounds good. Definitions are definitely subjective. I disagree. I think they should be. I like that language changes. I think it makes sense. All language is invented and meanings change, definitions change. I mean, I don't believe for a second that you use the word terrible and terrific to mean the same thing, right? Like, despite having the root of terror and, you know, like awesome and awful, like those at one point probably did not mean the things that they mean now. Um, or terrible and terrifying and terrific, or horrific. So terrific and terrible, or let's see, what is it? Like, yeah, terrible and, or let's see, horrific and horrible and terrible and terrific, right? It's like those words are, two of them are synonyms and the others are opposites, despite having like same roots as each other. So it's just words like that, right? Things change over time, and that's good because people's understandings of ideas change, how people use things change, and I think yeah. Hard could mean difficult. It could also just be announce of material, but having a subjective definition, I think, is just ignorance of meaning. Well, I don't mean entirely subjective. I mean context dependent and subjective. I mean, that is subjective, right? Um, I mean, meanings change over time subtly, not big. I mean, sometimes they do, but I mean, every time there's a word with multiple definitions, it's probably because that definition has changed to some degree, right? I'm not a linguist, so I don't know all the origins of all the words, and I can't give you great examples. But there are some really fascinating like little, articles and even like Reddit posts by people who know what they're talking about better than I do. Just of really interesting ways that people change over time for good reasons, but then it works its way into modern language, or sometimes it's scientific language will change as the understanding changes, and then that new definition will work its way in, like, it'll change within the context of science, and then it'll make its way some years later into the public, and the current meaning and the old meaning are so different. But even though it changed gradually over time in science, the word itself only popped into general use all of a sudden. So now it's like two brand new words, right? I mean, theory is a good example, right? That word has different meanings in different contexts. There's a scientific context, there's a layman's context, there's even just like there's so many different ways to use that word. And yeah, it's yeah, different. I don't know. I feel like words should change over time. And if we feel like, I mean, this is the same with any sort of language. I mean, yeah, language is fascinating. I feel like language is interesting, and because ultimately the point of language is to communicate, right? Actually, Tom Scott has a really good video on this. It's like 9 years old, but it's a pretty good video. Basically talking about like prescriptive versus descriptive language. The idea that, I mean, if the goal of language is to communicate, you need to make sure you use words in ways that other people understand them. So even if I think a word should mean something different, if I insist on using it a way that other people aren't understanding, that's a failure on my part. Not on your part, but it's on the person speaking. If you are speaking in a way that the other person isn't understanding you, it's not that they're a bad communicator, right? I mean, they might be a bad listener also, but if I walk up to you and speak a language that you don't know intentionally, I don't care how well I'm articulating myself in that language, I'm not communicating myself well, right? Um, so yeah, no, I think language and how to communicate, like, you have to use words. I mean, this is why analogies work. This is why people can use the wrong word but convey the idea even better, because sometimes people's knowledge is lacking. So you can use a word that they're familiar with in a different context and relate it to a different idea. And it might be the case that by using the quote unquote wrong word, you're actually communicating even better, right? If I use a giant word that's extremely precise and you don't understand what I'm saying, I've failed to do my job, right? So I would want to break it down into smaller words that maybe aren't as precise, but now there's nuance there because the words are no longer the same as, they're not perfect. I don't know. I'm a big fan of language changing and words changing and adapting with it and yeah, new ideas. Because words communicate ideas and ideas change, and that's good. Have you ever used the same painting but with different scenarios? Maybe different seasons? Yeah, I think I have. Definitely. Um, like not recently, but yeah, I've definitely done that. The current subject made me think of that. Yeah. I feel like the alternative, right? If words communicate ideas and ideas change, the alternative would be to constantly come up with brand new words that nobody knows what they mean and they can't spread it through populations quick enough because we aren't all on the daily looking at um you know, like there's not like a world word organization where, every day we get an update on our phone that says, here are all the new words. And they're just like slightly more nuanced versions of old words, but like they need their own definition now because we understand things better or differently. And so now it's like, this is no longer the word. Like, that would be such a pain. Like, instead, we just change the words over time because collectively the meaning changes slowly. So I don't know. I feel like the way we do it now makes way more sense than sort of constantly coming out with a billion new words that no one's staying up to date on because we don't have the, you know, like nobody has the time of day to worry about that crap. I don't know. There's also just saying the same thing but using a different word. Yeah. I mean, that's typically why people can say something simply with a lot of words or something complex with a lot of words, right? Oftentimes those words are there to add the nuance to explain the concept, right? And yeah, there are times where we will explain a complicated idea, right? Like, the range of darknesses of colors, ranging from the brightest brights to the darkest darks, without regard to the hue, you know, um, or the saturation of the color, right? Just simply the brightness or darkness of it. We have a word for that, value, right? It's one word, describes that concept. That concept can be quite nuanced, and we can even change our understanding of the concept, but the word value stays the same, right? So that the meaning actually changes as our understanding of that concept changes. Uh, but it kind of encompasses the idea, right? Yeah, we can describe the idea with different words. And I think that's good, right? We wouldn't want to if we learn more about the concept of value, imagine having to come up with a new word to like expand on this thing. I don't know. But yeah. I wish I knew more about language and how it evolves over time and cool. There's so many fun language facts that I don't know about because I can't remember the specific examples. But like I've read enough of them that I'm like, wow, language is fascinating. I couldn't tell you a lot about it, but it's cool. Anyway, so yeah, right now I'm trying to add some shapes under here. But yeah, I actually recommend uh watch watching that Tom Scott video. I do think he did a really good job of summarizing an interesting concept of language. And he was much more neutral, I think, than I was in it. I'm a big advocate of language describing ideas, and that language, the ideas change, but the language, the meanings of the words change over time. I'm a big advocate of that, but he actually hits the idea almost as like, here are two camps of thought, and there's words describe, like, anyway. I thought it was a cool video. I should find it. They're also just saying the same thing, but using it for like incentivize instead of motivate. Yeah. But see, there's probably is nuance between those two words, but we don't really care because depending on the context, we can imply the nuance, right? And that nuance absolutely, like, the nuance doesn't come from the word itself, it comes from the way in which you use the word, right? If you're talking about the specifics of a topic, you could just talk about an incentive or a motivation or something. Like, it doesn't, like, you could be, anything, one word could mean anything from like a big range of things to a very, very specific concept, depending on the context that you're talking about. So I feel like even one word can represent a lot of things, right? If you're talking about an you should add a gibbet. What's a gibbet? I don't know what a gibbet is. Is that a bird? Patchy Gun, how are you? Also, yeah, let me find that video and then I'll stop talking about language because I don't know much about it. Tom Scott language. Nope, not that one. What am I looking for? Descriptive prescriptive language. I don't know. Also, you know what I really hate? Okay, I can't find it. Anyway, um, thank you, thank you. Yeah, glad you're here. So I just tried to find the video and then I clicked on a video, but then it tried to give me an ad. And so I couldn't even look at the link to the video to determine whether it might be the right video because it showed me the link to the ads. That was annoying. Gibbet is a cage in which dead criminals are held over bridges publicly. I don't think I want to add that to this scene. The scene seems too happy for that. As much as I like that stuff, actually I don't really like that stuff. Yeah, I don't think I want to add that. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, just trying to add some. Yeah, let's try to add some foliage and stuff. I'm not going to be streaming for too much longer. I am kind of trying to wrap up, but I do want to get some of the general forms down. Make it look like a bridge properly. Sometimes like to add the word motivize and incentivate. See, I feel like if someone said those words to me, I wouldn't care, right? Not, and some people would be like, those aren't real words. Like, yeah, but if I'm understanding what you mean, then does it really matter? Like, I don't think it matters. If the person's communicating and you understand it, like, that is the point of communicating. And so yeah, I don't know. I think that's where I stand on language. The words don't matter as much as long as you get the meaning. And sometimes you can use very precise words and the meaning still doesn't come across because the other person doesn't share those precise meanings. Anyway, maybe a highlighted feature, highlighted foreground from the sky. Yeah, maybe. I think that would be good. Yeah, definitely that would be good. Probably some foreground elements with some highlights, little some brighter areas in here or something. Definitely. And we'll save the gibbet for the next. Yeah, that's the thing I'd have. Oh gosh, that reminds me. When I was in Vienna, they have this this what's called a torture museum. We didn't go to it, but it reminded me of this. And when you Google it, so torture museum Vienna. So what's cool about this? Let me find the. Oh, I'm on YouTube. I don't want to be on YouTube. I want to be just on Google Images. Images. There's something funny about it. What's funny is the entrance to this place. This place is. It looks as creepy as heck because it's just like a little. It's a little, essentially a hole in the ground. And it just looks like this dark, creepy place. And it's like the vibe. Anyway, this is like good like they do a good job of before you ever walk into the place, you get the sense that this is like a creepy as heck place. Everything about it looks like some super sketchy uh thing. Um so yeah, I don't anyway, here's like a random image that I just found. Like this. Anyway, it's just like this is literally you walk in to like this dark place. Obviously, this is a sunny thing. We walked right by it. It's literally a torture museum. But anyway, it's we walked by it at night, and so it was totally dark. But it's like this place is lit up with like red lights, and it just looks super creepy. And you walk down these dark stairs, and it's like this is the entrance to this place, and it's like it looks so sketchy. Like you'd never want to go in there. And I think they did such a good job of sort of branding this place. Yeah, they did such a good job with the mood. Like a place that looks dark and sketchy and you think you might get murdered. Like this is literally the theme of the place, right? And it's like that to me is such a good like branding, right? The dark, the black, the red, the crappy lighting, this like sketchy graffitied concrete and just looks like garbage. But yeah, it's so effective at conveying the mood of this place. Like, oh my God. Anyway, um, so yeah, some light in the foreground. I don't know how I transitioned to that. Other Basically what I'm saying, the vibes of this painting do not match that, right? It doesn't match the murdery vibes of these things. Not that you have to, right? You can have contrasting things. Also, let's come in here with a apple custard brush from that brush set that we were playing around with. Just adding in some light on these trees. Wow, I've heard of this Vienna. Oh yeah? It's a, pretty big city. So yeah, that would make sense. The movie Midsummer was creepy because of all the bright, saturated colors. Oh yeah? I haven't seen that movie. Is it good? Yeah, I memean, you can definitely do things that are unexpected, right? And I was talking about this earlier. I think if you want to do something unexpected, you should and can explore it. But I think oftentimes those things don't work as well. Like if you do something that goes, for example, having a horror movie set in a bright and sunny scene, like you can definitely make that creepy, but you're gonna have to do it in more creative ways, right? Because you don't get the classic just dark and moody vibe, right? But instead you might do it with sound design, right? Or you're gonna do it with you know, cost costume design, or you might do it with the way the scenes are set up and the directing of like right. So you can make things break their conventional mood, right? You don't have to paint a dark and moody scene every time you want to paint a haunted house, right? You're not required to do that, but you have to be a little bit more clever or creative, I feel like, in your approach if you want to pull it off effectively. And I think in visual, just in a 2D visual painting, right? So just in a 2D painting, I think it's quite hard. And I think some things I feel like unless you have a good reason not to, you should probably just do the thing that is going to work. But I don't think it's reason not to explore and try to break those norms. But I think you also have to have time and energy to do that. So, on stream, I don't typically do that unless I have a reason or I accidentally stumble across something that's really, mood breaking. Right, trying to do some shapes in the background here. Just a little bit. I do feel like these should probably have. Let's see. The movie made so much creepy because all the bright colors, but it is scary. I think it takes place in Holland and it's all in daylight. Oh, interesting. That is cool. Yeah, that's cool. It's definitely possible to do that. But I definitely also, when you think of, sunny daytime scenes, you definitely don't think of creepy. Unless you've only seen a ton of movies like that, maybe. So yeah, I'm trying to bring in some of these lights up here. I'm out now. Bye, chat. Always my pleasure to see you draw. Hey, Melons, Sayako, how are you? And goodbye. Thank you for the lurk. Have a good day. And yeah, I'm about ready to end as well, so you didn't miss a thing. This painting has really come together. Thank you. I'm happy with it. I mean, it's very loose, and I know that, but I'm pretty happy with it. I think it does have some. I'm starting to sketch in some of the lighting, some of the interesting stuff. I feel like, yeah, I do think it's starting to come together. Yeah, these trees are way too big. Just throwing that out there. Like, way too big. Maybe this will be. Maybe we'll go like that. Unless they're giant trees. Yeah, and again, that's fine to have giant trees, but there'd have to be a reason you'd know they're giant trees. And right now, having random giant trees in the distance, this is, I think, a thing. And I know you don't do this, KG, but I know a lot of people do, and I've done it as well on accident all the time, especially when I'm starting out painting. And it's basically to. Oh, also, I think I just made this worse. We're just gonna keep it like that for now. But that's a thing that I do a lot where you'll have like a scale issue that is just because of composition, it kind of works. Like, you want a big object somewhere, so you put a big object back here, and then you have like it, imagine this scene actually works for a moment. Now, obviously this doesn't work, but if this did work, right? And you have this one big tree that's way, way back here, and there's like a mountain in front of it or something. And like maybe it looks good at first glance because it just fits the composition, but then you start thinking about it and you're like, wait a second, that makes no sense. And it's like, okay, maybe they're in a world where it's a giant tree, but like if that's the case, we need to kind of spell it out, right? Like this is almost like again, we're communicating and the point is to convey that, right? Unless we can convey that was intentional, it's going to come off as miscommunication, right? And because it's going to come off as miscommunication, we need to make sure that we use our tools of visual communication to make it look like that. So maybe we again make a painting focused around that, right? So if we were to take a composition and maybe make a very low perspective, and then we make some hills, and then we have this giant tree on the top, right? That overarches this whole thing, So we have this huge tree that comes up here, and like, okay, now this tree, we get it. Like, and then, then we have smaller trees down here, And so now we know this tree was intended to be big because it's literally the focus of our painting, right? This is front and center. We couldn't mistake it. Like, yeah, have all these small trees. Of course, this tree was meant to be big, right? It wasn't an accident. And I think that kind of communication is really important when you're doing things with like, scale issues that are unconventional. Like if you do it intentionally and you make it read, obviously this can also run into the problem. What if you had a very specific world, right? You had, if somebody gave you the prompt of, you know, um, the focus is a, cat in foreground, and playing with ball, right? Whatever. And you have something, and then it's like, and and one, this is the number, lonely giant tree, right? In the background, right? In background. Ignore my bad handwriting, right? If you were to have a prompt like this and like, and an alien, and alien, and then you have things like, and a mouse, right? At some point, this is so hodgepodge together that there's not going to be a way, or probably not going to be a way, that when you put it all into the painting, it's going to look intentional. It's going to just look like a mess, right? Because why would you have one giant tree in the background if it's not in focus? Because the focus is here. People are going to think this is a mistake, right? Unless it's like, sometimes it's that prompt actually reminds me a lot of those old drawings of animals. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is a way to make it look okay, right? It's oftentimes is the case with good composition. You can pull things off that are just would not be expected. But I think if you have such a specific idea, it might be the case that the idea is excruciatingly hard to pull off, just because the communication is confusing to begin with, right? It'd be like having the prompt of to speak a riddle to someone, right? And then also be clear in what you mean. Well, hold on, those are very contradictory statements, right? Riddles are meant to be not clear, and now I'm also trying to be clear. Like, how do I do this, right? And the answer is you probably don't, right? Maybe find a different thing to say, because if you're trying to say something, it's clear. Yeah, it's clearly a riddle, but it doesn't mean that the riddle is both clear and a riddle. It's like, can you communicate that in one sentence? Probably not, right? It's a confusing thing to communicate, and I think this happens all the time in art, where we have ideas that are just inherently. So my go-to example is, if you're painting, and it's a really hard thing to paint. It's an environment, but it's an environment of looking directly down, like not at an angle. So it's not, here's the horizon line and you're drawing a floating island from above. No. Directly down at a floating island, right? If that's it, and again, you have you have things going underneath, right? That's one of the ways to show it, right? You have value difference, right? You have light value in the background. It still can be hard, right? You obviously have scale difference, top-down map style, yeah. But to show that this is much higher, right? If you don't have clouds, if you don't have things going, other communication that's helping you along, right? If you put clouds between the background and here, if you use values, right, and color, you can assist yourself. If you use, good scales with, here's a tree, here's a tree or whatever, and then, you have little trees down here, different symbols or something. Like maybe you could, maybe you even do symbols of trees or something, or those are mountains. Like, sure, you can convey the idea, but if you're just doing it with, say, with just lines, all the same line weight, right? And you don't think about adding overlapping shapes like clouds or birds or something. it's an extremely hard thing to communicate. You need to add additional info, right? You pretty much have to add, um, yeah, like values, for example, help a ton. It's a hard scene to depict if you don't know all of the tools at your disposal. So it's kind of you're starting off at a difficult prompt, right? So instead, if you wanted to show a floating island, you could show it that way, but maybe you just put the horizon line super high, but not, maybe even off the page, but you don't make a perfect, um, but that way you can do something like this, right? And these could be, floating or something. And that way you still can have some perspective. You can see that this is that, here's the ground very, very low. Stuff goes into the distance. And like very, very quickly, it's easy to convey that these are floating because there's things like perspective, right? And maybe that I didn't do it very well there. But anyway, it doesn't look right. But anyway, you get the point. So sometimes it's just setting up your painting from the start. You can you can start with your best foot forward when it comes to communicating rather than trying to make it super complicated. But as I pointed out earlier, there is a lot of good reason to challenge yourself and to try to communicate an idea, a top-down floating island scene. If you can pull it off well and you use all your other little tricks and tools to your advantage, you can make a really beautiful image. It's just not going to come easy, and you're going to have to be extremely careful about how you communicate that because one misstep and it's going to be miscommunication, right? And it's not going to read well. Um, and I think that's the struggle with art. It's like sometimes you set yourself up to miscommunicate before you even start, and it's like you can't misspeak. If you misspeak, they're not going to understand you. So you have to get the perspective right. You have to get the scale right. You have to get the colors, the value. Everything has to be so perfect because you've already have put yourself in a position where you're essentially trying to speak a riddle and also make it clear. It's like it's such a I don't know, it's such a hard thing to do that you basically it's like there's like almost like a one solution. It's like you're describing something so precise. Why don't you just turn the giant tree into a hill? Wait, why don't you turn the giant trees into hills? So that's actually what I did at first. That's why I was adding these lines here. I kind of backpedaled because the composition seemed funky, but yeah, they could be, right? They absolutely could be um, hills right here. Yeah, definitely could be. Holy, I love that. Oh, the painting? Thanks. Glad you like it. Let's see. I was drawing along with you, doing value thumbnails. Nice. Yeah. It's funny. I think when learning to paint or like early on, I never really thought of painting as communication, which I mean, I guess I kind of did. And a lot of the people who I probably learned from taught it in that way a little bit, but it never really was a concept that really clicked. And it's only recently that I really am. The more that I think about painting as communication, the more it just makes sense. Like first you have to learn the rules, then you need something to say, right? Just not having anything to say, it's like okay, whatever. Yeah, use flowery language. Congrats, you know. Like that's not clear though. Um, Sometimes I miss the color when I do these. Yeah, that's fair. You're gonna want to paint with color. I mean, no, most people don't choose to paint black and white because it looks better, right? Typically, you do it out of, it's a good way to practice or something else. I mean, again, I think doing black and white studies, it's not the end result, right? Your study isn't your final painting. It's a way to learn. And so yeah, most of your painting should be probably be done in, the way you want to paint. Like there is an element of, there's that Cynics video, I think it is, where he's like, don't practice. Or, no, it's Sycra. Sycra says, practicing is bad. And basically the point he's making in that video is that, you shouldn't, try to get good enough so that you can do a comic book. You should just start the stupid comic book. Not stupid. You should just start the dang comic book so that, and then you should learn along as you do it, right? Like don't say, "Oh, I'm not ready to do my own paintings yet. I just need to practice," right? It's okay to practice in the way you want to paint. But sometimes it is good to take a step back and do little studies, So I think there's an element of like you still need to make sure you're doing the thing you want to do, right? It's not like, "Oh, I'm not ready to do my own paintings yet." Sure you are. It's just not going to be as good, but you're still going to learn and you're still going to have fun, hopefully. Like that's the point. So, yeah, you should definitely be practicing doing the thing you want to do. But yeah, doing little value studies and stuff like that is definitely good too. Also, this should be in shadow, I think. Yeah, not a huge fan of the water line here. I think I could do a lot more with this. Let's go like this. We're gonna really get this. Oh yeah, I like to see it in grayscale too. Yeah. Could you possibly show this painting in the black and white values, if that's possible? Yeah, this one? Yeah. Yep. See, we could also do something like this. So and this might actually look better. So it's funny, I actually got a little bit carried away here. If I were to take an airbrush and just take this and just paint over it, for example, this might actually look better, right? I could go like this, paint some shadows down here, and I'm just using literally like a dark color. I don't even know what it is. Maybe there's a little bit of light here or something. So now I'm just designing the shapes, right? And just complete disregard for color. So yeah, sometimes I painting in color can get, can make it confusing. And yeah, admittedly, I probably would have benefited from doing a bit in black and white. I don't know. Let's see if I can get my values better and see what it looks like. I mean, they're not bad. I'm pretty happy with them, to be honest. Yeah, they're actually not too bad. I mean, that looks amazing to me value-wise. Yeah, I mean, it does read well. I mean, it's literally just it's backlit, right? It's hard to go. Here's a good trick. Just do backlighting. Backlighting makes everything easy. But no, I do think there's an element of like, putting some shadows in here, doing something a little bit, right? This is adding some interest that comes down here. Maybe there's like if these are hills, right? There's some shadows down in the valleys of the hills between these parts. I guess they're not hills, right? It's actually literally a river. But anyway, so you could do something like this, and maybe this part is, in light still. I think those were already in light. Anyway. So literally just by picking a dark color and painting over it, that's the thing that I got. Like, do I like it? Kinda. So this is sometimes you can literally just do, no matter how much detail you add, you can actually get away with just sort of going literally into black and white and just adjusting your painting. And you might not like some of these smooth gradients, but you can always come back in and fix them up however you want. Hopefully with sticking to your values that you just repicked. Like here, I did want some of these bright values in here. I thought that would have looked good. Or here, we can put some shapes down here a bit. I don't know what that shape down there is. And these colors are honestly just gonna be super subtle value changes when I go in black and white. Right, so I'm adding some of these as basically as values just to show some scale. Also, maybe there's like a little area that jets out here that could be nice for displaying some of these shapes in the back. I gotta run. Puppies are getting crazy. Really nice piece, Joe. Bye, everyone. See ya, KG artist. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I really appreciate it. Hanging out with me, painting along, or not. Maybe just lurking and listening to me rant about stuff like language and communication, or communicating about communication poorly. Stuff like that. But yeah, I really appreciate it. And I'm ending, but it'll be like 5 minutes probably before I actually figure out who I want to raid. Also, yeah, this little peninsula thing can stick out there a little more. Again, this needs to be as flat as possible because it's far away, and perspective flattens out as you go further back. Technically, you could, and again, and there's always going to be somebody whenever I say things like that, but they're like, well, of course you could imagine a scene where it doesn't do that, and that's true. And those are called optical illusions, and they do exist. There are things that are extremely counterintuitive. You know, you might have a scene where the landform literally looks like it's receding directly into the background like that, and it just breaks all conventional wisdom because it's so confusing and it breaks your brain to see it. There's literally a subreddit called Confusing Perspective that is basically just real life optical illusions. And even though they exist, and even though it can be real, it does not mean that you should mimic it because, again, it's bad communication. It makes it unclear. Typically, the goal is not to confuse your I was going to say confuse your opponent. It's typically not to confuse your viewer. The viewer is not an opponent. I misspoke. But yeah, so that's a thing. Don't confuse people. Communicate clearly. Use your visual words. Anyway. Let's get that a little darker. Okay, I think I like this. I think this is a little confusing, to be honest. I think the perspective here is a little confusing. So after all this whole spiel about communicating clearly, I don't think I did it great. I did do, it's not terrible, but it's definitely not perfect. Which I know also is something that it's not just a me problem because I've seen people, some very, very skilled artists who have quite the accolades, if that's the right word. You know, they've worked for a lot of big name companies. They've done some amazing stuff, and then I see some art by them, and sometimes some of their art is confusing perspective, and you're like, what is happening? Like, yeah, everybody, it happens to everybody. When you make things go into the distance, most of the time we're eyeballing it, and sometimes things look like they go too straight into the distance. Anyway, so yeah, here's the painting for today. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Let's go find somebody to raid. We could raid. Who do we raid? We could raid Skittle. We could raid that Art Jack. We could raid Adam Sketches. Perrin. Bye bye, Joe. See ya, Chin. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Let's find somebody new to raid, or unless anybody has any recommendations. Okay, I'm gonna do something kind of silly. I'm gonna go to a site. If anybody has anybody who to recommend, please do right now. But there's a site that can help you find people to raid based on overlapping stream times, not too overlapping streams, but like kind of overlapping streams. Let's see. Raid Finder. It recommends. Okay. Who is this? There's that stream. We have. How do I find their stream? What is happening? There's an LFR for Twitch looking for. No, it's not a looking for raid. It's a. Oh, whoops! I was on the wrong screen. It's not a looking for raid. No, it's a stats site called Solely Gnome. Basically, it helps you find people who, and I know this is gonna sound really stupid to people who don't stream, but basically it helps you find people who stream at similar times as you, who are frequently online, so that you can raid them often, but also whose streams may sometimes end during your stream, so that they could in theory raid you back, right? The idea is that it's nice to be able to raid people. Like, you don't want to raid somebody who's basically always ending when you're ending, right, at the same time. And they, if you're like, Ike is a good example, right? We love Ike. He's a member of our community, but he basically starts streaming before I do, and he ends at like the exact same time. So anytime we raid him, he's just ending his stream, right? It's like, in theory, he's not the perfect person to raid, because it's hard to actually watch his stream, right? So it's good to have some sort of, yeah, built like bridging communities, right? And a lot of raiding is, sometimes it's just we like to go over somewhere. But if we're gonna find somebody new, it can be nice to find somebody new. Again, it might be overthinking. I don't put much stock in these things. Um, what did I just do? Let's close this. Um, let's see. So yeah, I don't typically pay too much attention to these raid finder type things, but it can be fun to see who's online and all that. Anyway, let's go over to this person, that their stream. I've never been there. Again, I don't know anything about them, but they are called The Nice Lady Over There. So I guess that's where we'll go. And they are doing a portrait, a real life portrait painting. They look like they primarily do traditional art. I don't know anything about them other than, why not? Let's go over there. All right. Channel is intended for mature audiences. All right. Well, I have no idea what to expect. But yes, let's go over. Let's say hi. Thank you all for being here, and have a good rest of your weekend. Hope to see you, some of you, probably tomorrow in Discord for our, I don't know, watching art tutorials thing, and also on Monday stream. I'm streaming on Monday. Anyway, let's go over there. Oh, and we have a raid call. If you'd like to copy paste the raid call, we should totally do that, or you should. And thank you, thank you. Take care. Say hi to the nice lady over there, and be well. See you all.